These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Start my days, sun rays, I tap the phone, coffee's on, I mow the lawn, impressing Sean, so connected, so effective, I let it drop, clean it up, heat and smart, I do my part, get in the car, superstar, they're watching me, IoT, IoT, IoT. IoT, I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT. 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 Live like a Bosch. With many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
Datavard is a global software engineering firm that takes a uniquely human approach to solving problems. With over 20 years of experience, teams of highly trained engineers around the world, deep industry sector knowledge, and ongoing technology research, we help clients create custom software that improves their operations and opens new markets. We integrate our engineering excellence with deeply human values that drive our business and our approach to relationships. Curiosity, empathy, trust, honesty, and intuition.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Здравейте на всички. Първо да проверим, мисля, че се чувам. Но да, може да започнем. I'll switch to English, sorry. Yeah, hi everyone. My mic should work, and I think today we'll talk about Azure DevOps, GitHub. We'll compare some of the features and go over them. We'll talk a little bit about the pricing of the both platforms and see how they compare. And I try to give helpful information for both of them. My name is Georgi Filipov. I am a software development lead and mentor mate for the past 4 years, and I have more than, I think, 15 years of experience right now. I'm working with Azure DevOps every day, and I think both of them are very nice platforms. I'll try to summarize the CI/CD tools that we can use with Azure. First, a little bit about DevOps. DevOps is a word combining operations and development, and the idea is that we can have the agility and basically we can combine the development part with the operation part, and we can do things faster and with a short life cycle, but in the same time be able to have the software quality, the high software quality that we need. And I just want to mention it. I think it's something that everyone should know in the IT business, and it's something that we need to have. The second thing is a brief history about Azure DevOps. Azure DevOps have started 2006 as a Visual Studio team system, and after, I think, 2012, it's the first time when Microsoft have released it as an online service. And there is a couple of renamings, 2013 and 2015, but lately in 2018, the Visual Studio Team Service was renamed to Azure DevOps. Azure DevOps is a completely new platform, but still we have some of the feeling of the VSTS. I don't know if this is a plus or minus on the platform. Definitely some guys doesn't like so much VSTS, but there's a lot of other guys that definitely love it. And yeah, that's the short brief history about Azure DevOps. The 2018, that's when we have, basically they have renamed it. Then we have the GitHub. I'll try to be very short on these brief histories. 2018, the GitHub was N8. GitHub was introduced. In 2018, Microsoft have bought them, but they have preserved everyone in the company and just try to make it even more open than before. All of the a lot of Microsoft products are stored in GitHub, like Visual Studio Code, MS Build, .NET Core. Everything is in GitHub, and most of the new platforms and infrastructure that we use, not infrastructure, but platforms and software that we use is open source, and it's stored in GitHub. And yeah, 2018, Microsoft bought GitHub, but that doesn't change the nature of GitHub, open source and freely available for everyone. I'll compare some of the main features that we have in Azure DevOps in GitHub. We'll compare the different ways of storing packages, the difference in naming that they have between the features in the both platforms. I'll talk a little bit about the pricing, and we'll see how everything is, how we can use them. And yeah, I'll try to be as helpful as possible about both platforms. We'll start with the main feature for both, storing our code. Azure repositories and Azure GitHub repositories both have private and public repositories, totally free without any charge. For Azure repositories, Azure repos, we have this limitation of 5 contributors, which we don't have this limit in GitHub repositories. Definitely that's something that is different between the both platforms. But I think from 2000, from April 14, 2020, GitHub repositories is allowing unlimited private repositories, and Azure repos have allowing that from I think day one, but they have a limit on the number of contributors that can use those repositories. GitHub repositories doesn't have this limit. We can use it. They look very similar. I have added one image for both of them, and we can go over. This is Azure DevOps. It's the UI. It's if we go and check between them, it's very similar. It's just a GitHub repository. Both of them can be private and can be public. And I think for me personally, Azure DevOps is giving some extras, but we'll talk a little bit about that later. Yeah, that's it for the repositories. And now go to the second feature. This is Azure Pipelines. Azure Pipelines and GitHub Actions. Those are the continuous integration and continuous delivery tools that mostly we use. Azure Pipelines is combining the continuous integration builds and the continuous delivery releases. One difference here is that Azure Pipelines have one extra feature, which I haven't seen in action. Maybe I'm wrong, but if that's the case, everyone can correct me. And but Azure Pipelines have this release section, and if we compare the build and the release, basically they have the ability to separate the build pipelines and the release pipelines, and the nice thing. And the nice thing about the release pipelines is that we can choose which artifacts we want to release on which environment. We can add more granular way of choosing which environment, which artifacts they should receive. We can add a person approval for specific environments, or even for the pre-deployment and after the deployment on some environment. We can have things like two approvals for deploy to environment. This, of course, can be automated through gateways. We can say if there is, for example, a pull request to some specific environment that is always with the latest changes, automatically approve it. That definitely can. It's just removing the limits on that. But this UI interface for release pipelines, I haven't seen it in GitHub, and that's a difference that I don't know if how many users or situations they'll use it. The one thing that one thing that you can see, for example, here, this is a YAML file for Azure Pipeline. This is responsible for our continuous integration. This is building our application. And I have a similar example for GitHub. It's again YAML file. The important thing here is that those YAML files are different. You cannot grab a YAML file from Azure and throw it in GitHub and try to build it and see. Basically, the jobs and the steps are different. The syntax is a little bit changed. But if we know the syntaxes for the YAML file, we can easily create builds, and we can even deploy the build information that we have. For example, this release UI is only available in Azure DevOps, but that doesn't mean that we cannot deploy our code with GitHub. And I'll show it later how we can see the difference and how is it make any changes at all, or we can do what we want with both Azure Pipelines and Azure GitHub Actions. Sorry. Yeah, I think the both features are very mature, and they can be used for any project. We can build not only .NET projects, we can build static code like Angular, Vue, React, doesn't matter. We can build anything. We can deploy it on Azure static container and then just run a CDN and host it. Both platforms can do basically anything. Doesn't matter what the language is. We can do it with both Azure Pipelines and GitHub Actions. And in the end, I have a small demo on how we can use those pipelines to deploy. The other important things in those platforms is the way of managing the workload. And inside the Azure DevOps, we have Azure Boards. Azure Boards is just a way of managing the tickets, the stories, everything that we need for our workflow. Supports different workflows like waterfall, agile. We have option to choose our workflow from templates. GitHub projects, it's basically the same thing. What we have here is a little less known part of GitHub, but we can add columns. We could have different labels depending on the tickets. For me here, if I need to compare the measure boards, seems more mature, and I think we can feel the TFS part from the past here. That we have a little bit more control over the backlog, sprints, queries, everything from the left on the board can be configured and can be changed dynamically based on our team structure. For GitHub, we have this project section and we have different columns. It will do the job, but it's a little more. We are missing some features here. Azure boards have more granular control over the whole configuration of the boards and the sprints, how we want to separate them, the team organizations, who is in the team. We have something similar in projects, but for me, I think the TFS pass of Azure DevOps is bringing 1 point more for Azure boards for this specifically comparing. Then the other thing that is important, at least for me, when I'm working with private packages like NuGet or npm packages, is storing them and be able to easily access them from my projects. Azure Artifacts is a way. It's the name here is a little bit misleading. It's saying artifacts, and yeah, we are storing artifacts like NuGet packages and Maven and npm packages, anything what we want mostly. But in the same time, when we're creating a continuous integration, when we're building our code, we're producing artifacts which are a little bit different from Azure artifacts. For example, our project can be artifact in a build, but only a NuGet package can be artifact in Azure Artifacts. Similar to Azure Artifacts, GitHub packages can store almost any NuGet package, any package that we want, Python, NuGet, npm. We can store it, we can access it through a private link. What we need to do to be able to use those features is just to add a source to our IDE, Visual Studio or Eclipse, doesn't matter. We just need to add this source to our studio, and then we can use them directly and use them in our projects. GitHub packages have I'll make a demo on that later, but basically it's have the same capabilities in Azure Artifacts. Definitely both are have all of the needed feature for enterprise project. Both of them can be installed on premise, and I don't know how many users or how many companies will want that. This is mostly an enterprise feature. Primarily when the government requires a company to have the infrastructure stored in the same location as the customers, and when the government requires it, we can have on-premise installations on GitHub and Azure DevOps. Both have special licensing, both have a special pricing, and we should contact Microsoft or GitHub to be able to install those two platforms on our infrastructure. But definitely it's doable, something that we can do, and we can if we want. A little summary over the comparison of both. Azure DevOps is for me it's more mature, or I definitely can feel the TFS part of this platform. Most of the enterprise companies are going to Azure DevOps. The feature set that it's giving us, we have the full feature set that we need. I don't think we can basically you can do anything what the enterprise needs, what the business needs, and most of the enterprise companies are oriented to Azure DevOps. In the other side, GitHub, most of the open source communities and the small projects are going to GitHub. GitHub is famous with the how many open source projects are hosted there and how many tools that they have and how open is the platform and easy to use. And I'll give some numbers after this about GitHub. It's amazing how many projects are hosted in GitHub and how many projects are benefit of their CI/CD tools. If I want to summarize them, Azure DevOps is mostly enterprise, not mostly, but it's more enterprise oriented, and GitHub is more oriented for the communities. I don't think if you find a company that doesn't have some spin-off small projects hosted in GitHub. I think most of the almost any company will have something small, personal project or something in GitHub. Something specific for both platforms. Azure DevOps gives you only 5 users free. You can choose a different licensing, but again, you pay monthly. And if you want the free tier for both platforms, you have a limit on Azure DevOps for only five contributors. As I have mentioned. On GitHub, we don't have that limitation, but on both platforms, we have different limitations after not only the 5 users. For example, we only have some limited build time, and we can always buy more. But if you, for example, in Azure DevOps, we have a self-hosted agent, and this self-hosted agent, I think, have only 200 hours. And after that, we need to pay for more, or we can use a self-hosted agent. They have hosted agent, and we can add one extra self-hosted agent for free. And this self-hosted agent doesn't have limitations of how many hours we have as build and release time, but have the limitation of it's only one. You can build only one job at a time. And if you want more self-hosted or hosted agents, you need to pay more. In GitHub, we have a similar limitation. It's on the build time. I think we have more build time, but still when we finish it, we need to pay them a little bit more for the build, for the build and release to continue. And I think both platforms have all of the needed feature for enterprise to use them. Right now, it's just the feeling that Azure DevOps is a little bit more enterprise oriented, maybe because of the past from TFS, and GitHub is a little bit more community oriented. But both platforms have very nice set of features, and they're very capable, and we have marketplaces for both actions and Azure pipelines tasks. Those are the numbers that I have promised to give about GitHub. GitHub have more than 56 million developers on GitHub, which is mind-blowing. For the last year, they have 60 million plus new repositories, around 190 million repositories, 1.9 billion contributor last year. It's definitely, if someone choose GitHub as a CI/CD tool primary for his enterprise company or his business, he will not regret it, and GitHub will have all of the actions that they need. It's similar for Azure DevOps. We have this. I think it's still so much, and as I will show it in the demo, but as a everyday use, I use Azure DevOps, and definitely I like working with it. For me, I'm feeling it as more mature platform for enterprise, but everyone, of course, can decide based on his prefers feelings or needs mostly. What I would try to demo here is I'll create, basically I have already set up a build and release pipelines, and what I'll need to do is basically just change one line in the code, and then we'll go and check the whole process. We'll just see over how the build will go through from the repositories through the pipeline, and then we'll do the same in the GitHub. And I should probably have opened that beforehand, but I'll do it right away. Basically, what we will go is to the repositories part of Azure DevOps, and we can go to any file that we want. And I think I have already added a small section, test build here. I'll just change this to be, I need to click edit. Now just commit this change. In this situation that I'm doing these changes, I have two Git repositories, one hosted in Azure and another Git hosted in GitHub. I know that that will not be a normal test case, but it's just for the demo. And we can go to the jobs and see how everything will go. And we'll go after that to the YAML file and just make a brief overview on the YAML file, how it's used. Most of the time it's taking like a seconds. Depending on the projects, it could take more. With my day-to-day life, I have seen those builds going to a minute or minute and a half, but most of the time it's seconds depending on the project. And we can see this release section here. The release section is the one thing that I haven't seen in GitHub. This is our test site is just a mockup of the standard .NET template, and we can see that the current deploy is with test build, and we're waiting for the release pipeline to finish. When this release pipeline finish, basically we should have our change, which we have done in the primary view file, which is changed from the template build, test build, to the Azure test DevOps build. And I'll go back to the release pipelines and just watch for a second how the builds are going. Okay, we have deploy in this release pipeline. We're deploying not only the code, but we're always also deploying a migration script on the database, which is something. It's just a configuration on the YAML file. We can do what we need with the YAMLs inside the release pipelines. We have YAML files, but we cannot use them directly, but we can extract them and add them to our build pipelines. For example, if I go to the build and go to the tasks, we can click on any task, and we have this view YAMLs button, and this will show us the YAML that is used in the release section, and we can just copy that section and go to the build pipelines and place it there. But the release section itself, it's failed. Let's just see what is happening here. Okay, what we can do in that case with the release pipelines is basically we can edit only this release, and we can go here and just disable that step. My guess is that the script is running faster than we want, and we can just say disable the select step. That's something that this is the granular control that I have mentioned on the release section. We can do things like that very easily. If I just have but the minus side on these release pipelines are that, as one my colleague said, it's a click development. All of these release sections are configured by clicking edit release pipelines and move them. It's not infrastructure as a code. But we can do things like, as I have shown right now, we can just go and disable a step, and we can then just use the same artifacts, the same scripts without even bothering building the project. The project is already built for us, and we can even see the different attempts that we have made. For the release pipelines, I know the benefit of the build of the Azure the pipelines builds, and I know the benefit of the release pipelines, and I'm not sure which is better. I think the trend is going to Azure build pipelines without the release section for now, but definitely this granular control is something that it's very helpful. And after that, we'll go over the same thing with GitHub, just to mention it. And we can see our application was never down because the step was so early in the release process that we haven't swapped SWOTs or do anything. This build is configured, this release build is configured, its continuous delivery section is configured to swap the SWOT. We should have zero downtime migration or deploy, which is nice. And it's just a configuration on the different tasks that Azure DevOps give us. We have inside, if we go on inside a build, we have this, we can go inside a specific environment, and then we have a very rich marketplace that we can use different steps. There are a lot of pre-approved steps that we can directly use in our pipelines, or we can use a marketplace and download anything or install any steps that we want. For example, adding Sonar Cube is a must, I think, and or Sonar Cloud, and we can go back to our pipeline for the release. But both platform GitHub Actions and Azure DevOps have this very rich marketplace. And I can now that we're waiting, I can go to GitHub Actions, and we can basically create a new workflow if we want. Depending on our project, we can create a different workflow from a template. Or if you want, we can go to the code itself, and if you go to the YAML file that we use for the workflow, which is just basically YAML file stored in this specific folder, GitHub Workflows. And if we click edit on it, GitHub knows that this is a workflow and automatically open the marketplace for us and load the YAML file in a way that we can easily change it. And let's see how the SWOT is taking a little bit more time. The SWOT is not only deploying the application, but it's trying to warm it up for us. That gives us the ability to make zero downtime deployment. And as we can see, we have deployed the application. It's just finishing probably the swapping, the confirming the success step change, but our release pipeline has finished successfully, and we have our application deployed. This is but we can go back and we can click on the build itself. One interesting thing in the build is that we have this publish folder that we can go and see what we have produced with the builds. And then in the release, we can go and check exactly which build is used, and we can navigate back to the build. We can see the artifacts, basically how the build have processed. And the other nice thing is we have the commit. This feature is we can use not only with Azure repos. We can use it with Bitbucket. We can use it with any Git repository that is supported. Bitbucket, I think GitLab is supported, and we can have the exact commit that is used in Azure pipelines, Azure DevOps, and Azure pipelines. What I'm trying to say is we can mix and match. Basically, we can have even a GitHub repository used inside Azure pipelines. It's not needed for Azure pipelines, the GitHub repository, to be stored in Azure repos. This is a difference between GitHub. If you want to use workflows, the repository should be stored in GitHub, and we cannot use any repository that we want. Our code should be stored in GitHub, something that Azure Pipeline doesn't require from us. For example, this in Azure Git and in GitHub Actions, we have this .NET file that I have prepared, and this is just the YAML file that I have shown in GitHub workflows. If we go back to the, um, the YAML file, and if we click edit, what we have here is the YAML file that is used in that workflow. What is presented in the GitHub Action section is the name that we have set on the top. This is this .NET section, and what we are doing here is setting what environment we want to build our code. Then we have some steps to check out the code, to verify that we have the proper version of .NET. And then we're restoring the code for the .NET project. Then we're building the project, testing if everything is going okay with our unit tests, and then creating a publish on specific folder. And then we are just deploying these steps is grabbing everything from that path as a package and deploying this application inside our Azure application. And to check that, basically what we can do is go to the code, and we can go into the same place as in the previous inside Azure DevOps, and we can change this test build section to GitHub build. And what we need to do is just say commit changes. Now automatically GitHub should start a new queue for the build, and it's saying exactly which file is changed. And the visualization here is a little bit different from Azure. We have this build section, but of course we can add different jobs here. We can have a job for deployment. Right now, this job is building and deploying the application, as you can see as those below. Both platforms are working very fast. In Azure DevOps, we have seen a little, the release was a little bit slower because of the swapping of the slots. Inside this YAML configuration, we don't have this option to swap the slot. It's just deploying the application directly. And we have seen that the pipeline has finished successfully. And if we go to our application, it should say GitHub. Let me try to. Okay, it's not showing, but let me go over the workflow and see what have happened in the deploy step. The deploy web package to app service, okay, and we have this link that the code was deployed. Okay, maybe there was some caching or some time that needs the deploy to happen, but we can see that we have used the second basically we have used our GitHub repository to deploy our application to our app service. And one thing that I see a little bit, for me at least, is a little bit strange. We have this publish your first package here, and this is the place that we're creating new packages and store them. In Azure DevOps, this is this section, Azure Artifacts. And Azure Artifacts have this concept of feeds. And those feeds can be used in different projects. They can be private, they can be public. We can store NuGet packages, npm, Maven, Gradle. I think we can store even more packages than those. The other nice thing that in Azure DevOps we have is that we can select which type of package manager we have, and they will show us exactly how we can add this to our project. For example, if we go to npm, it just will say go to this folder and add this line, and then you can say npm install, and that will restore your packages. For Gradle and Maven, it's again add this to your IDE or to the Maven file, and then you can use it. It's a little bit more visual, Azure DevOps. In GitHub, we have similar experience, but you should, for example, know that if you go to the repository, then you should go to the publish package on the right. Or for example, if I want to, something that I haven't shown in the GitHub Actions is that for this .NET workflow, it have a secret that is used to connect to the to the Azure App Service that we are deploying the code, and this secret is stored inside settings, and then we have a secrets, and inside the secrets we need to add a new repository secret and just place the whole YAML file. I'll try to show it how everyone can grab it and store it there. It shouldn't take long. For example, we are going to our project with migrations, and inside the configurations there is a configuration that we need to add. I cannot see it here. There is a specific configuration that needs to be added, and then you can go to overview and click on get publish profile. And if we click get publish profile, that will give us this publish settings file, which we can open. And what we have is the standard Visual Studio or standard publish profile that will grab from. I'll try to open it with something more visual than that. Maybe Visual Studio Code will be okay. And we need to enable the wrap. It's not very visual too, but still the idea is that this is the whole configuration to be able to deploy to this this app service. Yep, we have these secrets which we shouldn't show. Of course, this is a test app service that I'll delete after the demo, and I'm not concerned about the secret, but definitely we shouldn't expose this file to anywhere. Those secrets shouldn't. We are grabbing them from directly from the Azure portal, and then we're going to the Azure secret. And what we need to do is just grab everything and set it here, and give some specific name. App, for example, app deploy. And then we can use that name inside our action. If we want, we can go here inside the code, and then we can go to the workflow, click on the YAML file, and what we can do is just go here and change this Azure Web App Publish profile to our new secret that we have added. And that will make the deployment basically for us. That will connect the GitHub action with the Azure port, the app that we have in Azure portal, in Azure. And inside Azure DevOps, that is, we have made the same thing, but through principal connection. Basically, every organization can set up this. I have forgot the word. You can set up a specific a connection to the whole resource group or app service, and then that will be used for the deployment for communicating with the app services. Right now, in Azure DevOps, I have this services connection, and then this is my principal connection. Basically, this is authorizing me against Azure and giving me access to the app one, to the resource group, and my Azure pipeline tasks will use this to communicate with Azure. For example, I need to do that once, and when I go to the release pipeline and click edit, for example, I can go inside the deployment step which is this one, and I can just click on the drop down, and I'll see all of the available apps that I can deploy to in that resource group. And I can choose on do I want to deploy on SWOT, or it's more visual and easy to configure, but I don't know how much. This is a preference, of course. Okay, and yep, that's some differences between the GitHub and deploying using the different secrets. For GitHub Actions, we need to configure those secrets, and we need to allow GitHub to connect to GitHub Actions to connect to our resource groups. Yep, and that was the demo about the deployment pipelines. I haven't go over the Azure pipeline YAML file, which we can do for very fast right now. This YAML file is a little bit bigger than the GitHub one, and the idea here is that we have a couple of steps related to so the release pipeline is a little bit bigger. So this YAML file is doing basically the same thing as the GitHub one, the GitHub Actions one. We have a trigger on which environment we want, on which branch we want to monitor. We can extend this trigger to be only on specific branches or on a pull request, or if we have a merge, of course. Then we're choosing on what environment we want to build our code. Both platforms supports Linux, Windows, and Mac. We can build iOS applications on Azure DevOps and in GitHub Actions. Then we have some variables that we want to use in our builds, and then the steps are the same. And maybe it will be interesting to compare them one by one, to compare them that way. Basically, if we see it, it's pretty much both case YAML, just the syntax is very different. For example, here the steps, and then every step is using use and name to show what we need to do. And if we want to find the same step inside this step will not be there, but for example, this is the restore step in GitHub Actions, and we have the same restore step in Azure DevOps. It's one extra that we have here is using the feeds. Those feeds are coming directly from Azure artifacts, as I have mentioned. Azure DevOps is a little bit more visual as a presentation of what are the packages, where we can use them, separating the builds and the releases. But yep, if we go over, we can almost find one-to-one comparison of the steps. There will be not the steps are the same, just the YAML is very different, and we cannot just grab one YAML from Azure DevOps and throw it in GitHub Actions. We need to spend some time learning the way of GitHub Actions and using the different tasks and actions that they have. Both platform has very nice documentation, and definitely we can count on the support of the community for both. And I have yeah, okay, I'll probably finish a little bit sooner than expected. I have tried to be through and go over compare them and compare the features that we have in GitHub Actions and GitHub and Azure DevOps. Thanks guys for listening me, and yeah, have a nice weekend, and yep, that's for me. Is there some questions that I can answer? Yeah, maybe I should have added a slide for question and answers. Sorry about that. If there's no other questions, thanks a lot for attending this session. If someone wants to contact me, just write to georgi.filipov@mentormate.com, and I'll be glad to respond to every email or communication that you want to discuss with me. Thanks, guys. Bye. Have a nice weekend.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
I start my days, sun rays. I tap the phone, coffee's on. I mow the lawn, impressing Sean. So connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heat and smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, 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 IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawns. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch, with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future.
Datavard is a global software engineering firm that takes a uniquely human approach to solving problems. With over 20 years of experience, teams of highly trained engineers around the world, deep industry sector knowledge, and ongoing technology research, we help clients create custom software that improves their operations and opens new markets. We integrate our engineering excellence with deeply human values that drive our business and our approach to relationships: curiosity, empathy, trust, honesty, and intuition.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първият вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
I start my days, sun rays. I tap the phone, coffee's on. I mow the lawn, impressing Sean. So connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heating smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, 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 IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawns. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch, with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
Datavard is a global software engineering firm that takes a uniquely human approach to solving problems. With over 20 years of experience, teams of highly trained engineers around the world, deep industry sector knowledge, and ongoing technology research, we help clients create custom software that improves their operations and opens new markets. We integrate our engineering excellence with deeply human values that drive our business and our approach to relationships. Curiosity, empathy, trust, honesty, and intuition.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
I start my days, sun rays. I tap the phone, coffee's on. I mow the lawn, impressing Sean. So connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heating smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, 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 IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch, with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
DataVard is a global software engineering firm that takes a uniquely human approach to solving problems. With over 20 years of experience, teams of highly trained engineers around the world, deep industry sector knowledge, and ongoing technology research, we help clients create custom software that improves their operations and opens new markets. We integrate our engineering excellence with deeply human values that drive our business and our approach to relationships. Curiosity, empathy, trust, honesty, and intuition.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining this session, Cloud Security Fundamentals. Today, we are going to talk about security, about cloud security. Initially, when I thought about delivering this session, I have some content that is covering both Microsoft Azure and also AWS. And I realized that in most of the times, we are joining sessions with a lot of slides, with a lot of theory, but less practice. So what we are going to do in the next 50 minutes, I will have some introduction slides around 5 to 10 minutes. And after that, we'll jump in Azure Portal and in Visual Studio. And I will try to cover the most common used Azure services like web apps, storage, app configuration, SQL, and so on. And we'll take a look on what are the core features from the security point of view that we are forgetting about. And what are the best practices, how we shall configure them in such a way that to be protected, to have the basic protection for any kind of attack, intrusions, or for example, how to protect ourselves in the case somebody is stealing or is accessing our development computer, and he would be able to see the connection strings from different environments to the database and so on. So this is my main purpose for today. Let's discover together how we can protect better our cloud solution and so on. To not make very often the switch between Azure and AWS, I will present all the content from the Azure point of view. And at the end, I will show to you a website where you can see a comparison between Azure and AWS services and different and different security features and what is their name or where you can find them on AWS or on Azure. Before starting, I would like to present myself. My name is Radu Vunvulea. I'm working for a company called Dava that also has an office in Sofia. I'm Microsoft Azure MVP for 8 years, and also Microsoft Regional Director. What might be relevant for you on a cloud topic is that my first production project in Microsoft Azure was in 2010. The first one on AWS was in 2016 or 2017. I cannot remember exactly the date. Also, I have all the certifications available for Microsoft Azure, and I'm very close to have also the full certifications from AWS. I'm missing only two, the data engineer and another one for specialty, but I'm working on them. My goal is until mid of May to be able to have also all the certification for AWS. If you want to ask me any kind of questions during the session, feel free to write them in the chat. Later on, if you want to contact me or to just exchange different opinions or views, anything like that, feel free to contact me on Twitter or on LinkedIn. I also have a personal blog that you can find very easily if you Google me, Radu Vunvulea, and I invite you from time to time to check because most of the posts are from my own experience. So let's see why security is so important. There's a quote from Kahil Gibran that I really enjoy. If you reveal your secrets to the wine, you should not blame the wine for revealing them to the trees. And why I think that this quote is very important from the security point of view is that if you don't protect your data, your infrastructure, your services, nobody else will do this job for you. Even if we have very powerful services like Security Center that can automatically scan your services, your data and to notify you when you have some misconfiguration. Even so, it is not perfect. There are things that you need to be aware, and there are things that cannot be handled by a system like Azure Security Center. Just to give you an example, if you are storing your connection strings or your certification with the private keys on your own computer and somebody put the hands on the computer, well, it is what it is. They will be able to access your data, your environment, and so on. So we need to take care about it, and don't push security things and security topics only at the final sprints of a project. No, from the day zero, from the moment when you think about the governance, how you would govern the project, the cloud environments, and so on, you should start to define the landing zone, the blueprints of security, not only of the data, of the infrastructure, of the automatical deployments, and so on. Now, let's take a look on where we are now at this moment in time. Think about that 80% of security breaches involve privileged credentials. What does this mean? It means that there are people that have access to an environment, to a cloud environment, that have too many roles versus the one that they should have. Think about the project that you are working on. Maybe you're working on a cloud project, let's say on Azure, and you have a development team. Is the development team able to create new resources, to change the tier, to see the testing environment, or things like that? If yes, you might rethink about, because from the development point of view, think about it. In most of the cases, in 90% of the cases, what they are doing, they are just deploying a new version of the solution, maybe in Azure Kubernetes services, maybe in an app service, maybe in Azure Functions or on some VMs and things like that. And they are doing different operations to a storage, to a database, but nothing more than that. So be very careful how many privileges you are providing to the team. Also, for example, a project manager. Should a project manager be allowed to access the subscription where an environment exists, for example, a testing environment or development? If he doesn't do anything, if he doesn't have a technical background, well, he shouldn't have access to it. If he needs access to the cost management, to see the cost and like that, then you can allow him access only on that slice and nothing more than that. Almost 50% of the database are not encrypted, and that's pretty crazy. It means that if somebody put his hands on the database or on a backup of a database, even if he doesn't have the password, we have already the tools on the market that would allow him to access the database. I remember, I think in 2017 or at last TechEd that was in Chicago 4 or 5 years ago, I went to a security session, and in 90 minutes, somebody showed to us how you can enter inside a SQL backup and how you can replace the admin username and password with your own in such a way to be able to restore the backup on your own SQL instance. And all the tools are available on the market, are free of use, and it's not very complicated, and you will find a lot of tutorials how to do that. So it's very important to encrypt the database, to encrypt the storage, and use the default encryption capabilities. All the cloud vendors are providing at storage layer strong encryption mechanisms. Even the default one are much better than having none. And many times the default one provided by different cloud vendors would work, I would say 95% of the cases. They are just some specific business domains, some specific industries where you need to have something more than that, or depends on how the organization works. Okay. Last thing that I would like to remind ourselves is 25% of organizations have cryptojacking activity within their environments. And this was before COVID. So this information was built, and this statistical information was built for 2019. It means that if you are drinking a beer, virtual or physical one, with 3 other colleagues that are working on 3 other companies, at least one of that company had at least one cryptojacking activity. Could be on a development machine, could be on a server, could be on any kind of other devices. But it's very, very common. Sometimes you're losing data, sometimes you're not losing data. Why? Because, for example, we are using OneDrive, we are using different repositories, where even if your laptop is hijacked, still you have multiple versions of the same files, and you can restore a previous one that was not crypto-jacked. So if you're using, for example, OneDrive, you are a little bit more protected to be able to do a step back. If you're also using versioning. Let me tell a story. Let me tell you a story of Vim that had a pretty interesting experience a few years ago. They had a database on AWS, and the backup of the database was around 200 gigabytes, where they had customer data. Customer data meaning customer, excuse me, customer name, customer information, invoices, and some additional things that they deliver to that customers. The backup was done on an AWS S3 storage. Well, nothing special. This is the same way as you would do on Azure. Well, what they've done, first of all, they were using on EC2 for the database with a public IP. And the problem is the database, even it was secure with a username and password, the backup of the database was not encrypted. It was on, let's say, clear text, and was added to an AWS S3 repository that was public accessible. In around 30 minutes, around 50 or 100 different entities started to download the backup until they realized what they've done. The backup of the database was already copied, and we can assume that that information become semi-public available on different portals, on different websites. So even if you have your database, your database instance is very secure on an EC2, on an Azure VM, or or inside Azure SQL data, or inside Azure SQL, you still need to think about in all the storages and all the location where the database will reside. Okay, now let's jump and let's talk more about how we can secure it. So let's start with the most simple example, and let's take a look on an Azure Web App. Well, what is basically an Azure Web App? It's an app service where you're storing your website. In most of the cases, how people are exposing it through a REST API and things like that. If we are talking, for example, from the authentication and authorization point of view, it's very, very common to build that layer of authentication inside your application. Well, that's perfect. That's pretty fine. What about if you want to allow people access to it, and for example using Microsoft or AD authentication, Facebook, Twitter, or Google? One thing that you should know about it, that on app services, you are allowed to add this authentication and authorization layer on top of your application, meaning that you don't need to do any kind of changes to your code. The only thing that you need to do is to specify exactly what is the provider that you want to use. Let's say that you want to use a Microsoft provider. And also, if you are allowed or not users that are not authenticated. and nothing more than that. So you just need to click add. You can add multiple providers, and once you configure this, you can just go and try to access the application. Let's see if it's already active. So start open, and it should require me to authentify. If you are testing this from a Chrome, please remember, so as you can see now, it's requiring me to allow access, and it is using my own account. If I accept, then I will access this website using my own account from my Outlook account. The same thing you can do to add Facebook provider and things like that. So let's jump to guest guest browser, and let me try to access it. So as you can see, it requires me to log in. Without logging in, I will not be able to access the website. If we go back to the authentication layer, and we are specifying that we allow unauthenticated access, and we are trying one more time to access the website, it should work without any kind of problem. Control F5, because it cached the response, or closing the guest and open it again. And now the website was restarted, and I should be able to access without logging in. If you are activating this type of authentication, remember that from your code, .NET, Java, Ruby, PHP, you can access user information like username, email, password, and so on. If you need more additional information, once the user log into your system, you should start to collect them and ask more information from the customer. Another thing that we should remember when we are using Azure App Services is the following. All the time, you should have HTTPS only all active. TLS minimal version should be 1.2. 1.0 and 1.1 will be retired soon. The announcement was done before the COVID, and it was a little bit delayed because of the COVID. But personally, I expect that pretty soon they will remove the support for 1.0 and 1.1. Also, from the networking side, if you are accessing it, for example, from virtual networks and so on, and you don't want the app service to be public available, there are two things that you need to do. First of all, you need to integrate it and add it to a virtual network. If you go with a dedicated tier, then you can fully edit inside the VNet and to be fully part of it. And the second thing that you need all the time to do, or it is recommended to do, is to manage the access restriction, meaning that you are allowed to add different rules. Can be IPs, can be different HTTP headers, and so on. Think about that you're working for an internal portal and things like that. And beside adding to the VNet and so on, you can fully restrict the access from the public internet, or if it's public, you can then specify to be accessible only from the IPs that are used by the company that is doing the implementation, plus from the customer side and things like that. Beside this, you have the front door with WAF. If you need strong protection, all the time I will recommend for a website that is hosted inside Azure to use the front door with WAF. And why? Why WAF is so powerful, and why we should use it as much as possible? Well, WAF is offering to us something that we used to do from the code, from the application layer. If on this side we have our web application, and over here we are deploying our front door with WAF. WAF will offer us full protection for any kind of attack, and it will stop it and will block it at the front door layer. For example, if somebody tries to do OAuth classical attack, let's say an SQL injection, it will be automatically detected here. The access will be blocked, and you will get notified that somebody tried to access it. The same thing for different attacks and so on. So you have a lot of capability that you can keep it out from your web application. You can focus on your web application to cover the business requirement, and the security parts to put them in other location in such a way that the load on your system in a case an attack is happening and things like that, to be almost zero, and to be able to offer the same quality of service to the customer without any kind of problem. Okay, the last thing that I want to remind you, if you decide to use if you decide to use app services or any other Azure services, that you have Security Center built in. What is Security Center and why it's so powerful? Security Center is scanning all the time all your services, how they are configured, how you are using, and come up with recommendations based on the things that he knows. And with also some fixing recommendations. So for example, it can automatically detect time, in this case, allowing also HTTP traffic, not only HTTPS. I'm not doing the right management of identity, or for example, I did not enable the dynamic log on my app service. So basically, all these recommendations are automatically provided. And also for each recommendation, if, for example, we go on this one, what Security Center is providing to us also a solution, remediation steps that are provided step by step if you want to do it by hand or from a script. Or you can execute them out automatically. So if you click on take action, it will automatically, if it's possible, start to run a script, usually a logic app behind the scene to fix the problem, or it will navigate to the location where you can find that setting or the starting point from where you can go to find the configuration and to make the fix, as we have here. Another thing that Security Center is providing to us, if you're working on different industries where different regulatories and compliances needs to be checked, for example, ISO 27001 or SOC or PCI DSS and so on, Security Center is able to do this audit from the infrastructure point of view. And this is something that we need to be aware. It's not covering the application part, because from the application point of view, he's not able to do the audit. But from the infrastructure point of view, the way how you are using Azure services, he can do this automatically. He can provide and he cover all the compliance requirements that are covered and can be automatically detected. For example, the ones that are checked and are applicable for the services that you are using, it will let you know that everything is fine. And for the one that you are not valid or you're not compliant, he will automatically specify you exactly which one is not compliant, and also will provide solution for it. For example, in this case, I am limit inbound internet traffic for IP addresses without the DMZ. I'm not doing this. Security Center automatically identify this problem, also identified the storage that is not compliant. And for example, I could trigger an action to fix this problem, or I can specify to accept this, to ignore it because it is fine from my side. Also, you have excuse me, you have different priority security levels, and it's more easily when you start to do an assessment, to start with the one that are the highest, and after that to go step by step to the one that are not so not so sensitive. So we talked about Azure app services. You can deploy it as Docker images, as a normal web application, and I think these are the most basic things that we need to be aware of. Let's go forward and let's take a look on Azure storage and why. I think that the most common issues that I see from the security point of view in an application that is using Azure is on Azure storage. Why? It's such a powerful service. It's so easy to use it, but it's so easy to forget and not to put too much effort to try to ensure that it is safe enough. Just to give you an example, I see that in most projects, in most of the cases, people are using the primary or secondary key to access the storage, and they're providing that inside the applications, inside the configuration files, and so on. Even if the application needs only read operation for a specific container, they are just providing the connections link with full access to the storage. Changes, deletion, copy of all the content can be done if you have this kind of keys. What is the way how you should do it? What are the things that you should do? First of all, try to avoid as much as possible inside any application, especially for production ones, for where you have customer data, to use the primary or secondary key. You have, for example, shared access signature that automatically generate a token that grants you access to a specific part. For example, you can generate a token that grants access to a specific container with only read and list operations. So if you have, for example, a system that needs, or a person that needs only to access a container or specific containers and to get the content from that container, the blobs, then you should create a shared access signature with only read and list operation. Also, with them, be very careful. Don't create the one that are valid for 1 year or 1 month, things like that. Try from the time point of view to be as shortened as possible. If you are working with different systems and so on, I would recommend to keep them to less than one hour. And if the shared access signature expire, then that system or that person can automatically require another one. He will do the authentication and the authorization, and you will provide another one. Also, you can specify what is the range of IPs that are allowed to use and access your storage using that shared access signature. So you have full control related to this. And basically, once you're creating it and you shared the SaaS URL, anybody using that URL will be able to access it. If you realize that that shared access signature was compromised, you can just regenerate the key, the primary or the secondary key that was used to generate the signature, and you automatically remove access. So it's a very simple way how we can control access to your system, and it's much better versus the classical one that we have available. The same thing is from the networking, but here we have two options. We have basically the basic firewall, as I usually call it, the Windows XP-like firewall, where you are specifying a range of IPs that are whitelisted. Also, you can specify if other Azure services can access it, and so on. So very easily you can manage it. Also, you can specify other resources that you already have, if they are allowed to access or not. And also you can add the storage to a VNet. And it's pretty interesting how you can add that storage. There are two options available, and sometimes people are forgetting about what is the main difference between them. One way of doing this is, as we had for web apps, we add the storage to a specific virtual network, and in that and from that moment in time, he will be part of that virtual network. What is interesting here, that doing in this way, the storage account will get a local IP from that VNet, a private IP. Well, this might not sound as wow, that's pretty important. Even so, what is here very important is that having a private IP, all the services, all the system from that VNet can access it through the private IP. Even so, you need to take into account that one private IP will be consumed by that storage. So if you have any kind of shortage of private IPs because you didn't start it with a very large address range, you might have some issues. The second option that you can use is to use private endpoints. You can create for a storage one or multiple private endpoints. What are the private endpoints? Basically, private endpoint is an endpoint, a custom endpoint that can be used to access the storage, and you can attach it to different services, and that service will have direct access, a secure access to that storage, and the integration is very, very smooth, goes well, and all the communication is already encrypted and safe. If you need additional encryption, by default, all the content is encrypted using micromanaged keys. If you need to use your own keys, you can do this for storage without any kind of problem. You just need to specify where the encryption key is stored. Can be inside Azure Key Vault or can be on your own vault, and in that case, you need to specify the URI. Be very careful when you're using your own custom keys. If you are losing that keys, the content that you have inside the storage, the encrypted storage, will not be available anymore. So you'll be able to download it, but you'll not be able to decrypt it because Microsoft is not storing customer managed key. Microsoft would use them only to do the encryption or the decryption, but nothing more than that. And you are the main responsible to keep the key and to not lose it. Let's jump a little bit inside Visual Studio. And why? Well, how you're storing a connection string. Let's say an Azure storage connection string, or a connection string to SQL or to Oracle, and so on. Sometimes I see people that are storing them inside apps, inside the app settings or in other location. You need to be very careful. Even if you encrypt the connection string, in the end, somebody might be able to steal it. Also, if you are copy pasting your files, maybe you are pushing to a repository, to Git, or to another repository, or maybe you are copying the content to a stick and giving it to somebody else, you could forget to not send also, or to not push also the connection string, basically the connections to different services, to different Azure services. And how you could protect it, how you could ensure that nobody except you access that secrets, that connection information. Well, this can be done very, very easily. If you're using to connect from your .NET application, for example, to Azure using connected services, and to specify that you have different service dependencies. And why? Let's say that we want to add another Azure storage. Let's say that we are adding this one. What I want to show to you, that Visual Studio inside a .NET application is enable us automatically to add a connection string, but the string itself related to the connection to be kept in a secret location. Even if you don't use a key vault, so if you put none, it will be in clear text. I don't recommend to do that. If you put as local user secret file, secret.json, that secret.json is not in the same folder, is not in the same location as your project. No, it is inside your app data, and it is encrypted using your Windows username, meaning that if somebody else logs in to your computer with another account, he will not be able to see that secrets. If you go and, for example, go and copy the solution to any other location, let's say to the public internet or to a public repository, even if the code is available, the secrets, your connection strings, will not be available. Nobody will be able to steal them or to use them to be able to access your storage, your website, and so on. So this is a very small thing that you can do. It is out of the shelf provided. Even so, I don't see very often people that are using this approach. So remember also, when you're using web apps, when you're using Azure Kubernetes or any other Azure services, try to add them as service dependency to your solution. There are some small limitations, and not all Azure services are supported, but the most common one can be found here. For the others, you will find best practices how you should handle them. And also, if, for example, you are using Azure Cosmos DB or Azure Storage or Azure SQL and so on, try as much as possible to use identity access management provided through Service Principal, through Azure AD, and not using username and password or key access, as for example for Azure Storage and so on. Even if at the beginning it's a little bit more complicated to configure it, to use it, on the long term, you will have a lot of wins. Because by default you will build a more secure application, and even if somebody is publishing your repository or somebody steal your repository or access, for example, the CI/CD pipeline, because you're using AD and Service Principal to do the authentication and authorization communication between different services inside your deployment, they'll not be able to access that resources. Okay, we talked until now about web apps. We talked about storage accounts. Let's talk about SQL, about Azure SQL. The most common mistake from the security point of view is from people that are using the classical connection string to SQL using username and password. It's okay, it works, but don't forget that if somebody puts his hand on the username and password, he will be able fully to access it. Excuse me. How you should do that? How you should enable a more secure place? Well, the first thing that you need to do, think about provisioning access through Service Principal and through AD. And for example, you can have the web app that I showed to you a few seconds ago, configured in such a way to have access through Service Principal to your SQL database without username, without password, and so on. So the connection thing not only that will look more simple, but also will be much, much safer. Another thing that we should be aware of, I don't know how many of you had the opportunity, besides doing the implementation, maybe to do some debugging in a pre-prod or in a production environment, or to try to replicate different content. In this kind of situation, in most of the cases, customer is providing us full access to the database, and you can see sensitive information. Even if you, as a technical person, you don't want to steal that information, if your computer is corrupt or you have a worm, well, the database might be exposed. The data from the database might be exposed to bad people from the internet. For this kind of situation, we have, for example, dynamical data masking. What does it involve? It involves masking specific columns or specific rows based on the role of a user that accesses the database. So you could have, for example, a technician role or a technician operation role that can excuse me, that can access the production environment. Even so, even if they access the production environment, they cannot see production data. The only thing that they are allowed to see and to access is the rows that were specified or the columns with some random value. Let me just show you a picture. It is pretty relevant in this case. Okay, so for example, we have here salary informations. You want to hide them from the technician. You can do data. You can do data masking, column level encryption, and to show a random value for this part for the specific role. So you're safe. You know that sensitive data are not shown to the customer. Also, you have the ability to do cell level encryption, meaning that for this kind of situation, you also have rows, and also what you can do with them. You can have some entities, some rows that are specific for technician, for support, just to be able to replicate some behavior in a production environment to see exactly what is happening behind the scene and what are the actions that needs to be done to be able to fix that specific problem. As for Azure Storage, we also have the ability in SQL database to use the VNets and so on. Don't forget and try all the time to have data encryption, set it on. By default, it is specified on, so it shouldn't be on off. And another common problem, especially for development environment, is the following. By default, a SQL database, an Azure SQL database, is closed for access. So no IPs are able to access it. To be able to access it, you need to add to the firewall the IPs that you are using, your own IPs or the IPs of the system that will access the database. Especially nowadays with working from home, how the development team or technical team is doing is just clicking on add client IP, and also they're adding their own client or their own IPs. As you can see, my IP in the last, I think, let's say in the last 10 days remain the same, but I don't have a statical IP. Just to be clear, this is, I think it's pretty loud because my router didn't restart it in the last 10 days. Even so, if you have a static IP and you're using your own personal IPs to access the database, in time you will lose them, and also you will have a lot of IPs managed here. How you should manage access from the IP's point of view? Well, if you're working for an IT service company, I'm more than sure that you already have the ability to open a VPN connection from your own computer when you're working from home to the site. A VPN from your computer to the IT service company that you're working for, and to have a secure connection. If you're requiring from the IT of the company, they can provide you the ranges of IPs that are used by their VPN to access the public internet, plus the ranges of IPs that are used by a specific location from where you are working. These ranges of IPs should be added here in while listening. Plus, you should ask from the customers what are the ranges of IPs that are used by them to access the SQL database if it's required. So in this way, you close the access to the database from the public internet. So even if somebody's stealing your username and password, because you did not expose the database to the public internet and you are exposing it only through IPs that you can manage them and are under your own management. You have an additional security layer for your data. Okay. Now, the last thing that I would like to talk about is about configurations, where you're storing configuration and how. Well, a lot of people are storing configurations inside app setting JSON files or in similar locations. Now, the problem with this configuration is, first of all, you need to manage them. If there are multiple teams that are working on the same solution, even if they're working on different components, these settings will be pretty large. Some of them might have sensitive information, like, for example, connection strings. Some of them might be shared between different teams and you need to manage them and so on. And it's pretty hard to manage them in a JSON or in a XAML way. What we are doing in most of the cases, well, we are thinking about using different repositories, different solutions, or we are building our own solution that would store the configuration maybe in a common JSON or in a SQL or in NoSQL solution, basically a key value pair, where you might want to have some capability like version and things like that. Microsoft is offering to us app configuration. What is app configuration? App configuration is a central location where we can store all our configuration, as for example, as you can see here. Where is app configuration? And inside the app configuration, you can put any kind of configuration that you have for your own system that are used. What is pretty nice here, that the app configuration can be accessed by multiple services. You can have multiple versions of the same key. So, for example, it has support for adding labels. So you can have a value for keys without any kind of label. Let's say this might be for production environments. And also based on the label, you can have values for the same key. For example, for value for label development, one for testing, one for pre-prod. Maybe somebody is trying to replicate a specific thing, and he will add, in this case, that label. So it's providing you the ability to manage very easily the configuration. And additional to this, if you are storing connection strings, how you are handling connection string, or how you should handle the connection string. Don't store them in that configuration. Yes, you can do that. It's pretty safe, but still, if somebody has access to app configuration, he will very easily be able to see that value. Now, what you could do? Well, let's say that we are creating a new key that will store the connection strings. Don't use the key value, use the key vault reference. And let's say the SQL DB connection string. And what you can do now, you can add a reference to the key vault from your own subscription or from other subscription. And you can specify that the value of that key from app configuration can be found in that key vault in a specific location, meaning that in this case, for the value of that key, you will just have a reference, a URL to that value from the key vault. What does this mean? Is that the user or the application that have access to app configuration and can access the keys and values will also not have automatically access to information stored in the key vault, like for example SQL DB CS. To be able to access it, they will also need to have a service principal or rights that would allow them to access the key vault. Meaning that, let's assume that here is the app configuration. Let's assume also that here we have our key vault. And over here, we have our web application. By default, the web application has the ability to get and to fetch configuration from app config, and also over here you have the connection string that is just a reference to a key vault secret. At the moment in time when the web app would try to get this value, initially he will not be able to get it because it has only access to app configuration, but it doesn't also have access to the key vault. To be able to ensure that that connection string is available for that web app, you need to provide access for that web app also to the key vault. So you explicitly need to define, for example, a service principal and to specify that key vault, web app, is allowed to access app configuration and also the key vault. And at the moment in time when the web app will try to access the connection string, he will retrieve the URL from the key vault inside the process of web app, and the SDK will try to fetch automatically and to get the connection string from the key vault. So the access for configuration that are stored inside the key vault is not done from the web app to app config, and app config is getting the data from key vault. Now the reference from app config is retrieved to web app, and the web app goes to the key vault and fetch the data. How you can provide this access, especially if you're working, for example, with the web apps and similar solutions, where inside the key vault you can specify exactly what are the access policies, and you can define access policies pretty easily, of course, from Azure Resource Manager, from PowerShell, and so on, or just from the portal, where you can specify, for example, a name. Let's say that we need only to do the secret management. What are the operations? Well, we don't want to be able to have the set, the delete. We don't want to have the recovery, backup, and restore. So basically, we want only read-only mode. Let's say get an only list. We need to specify the principal. And for the principal, if you are looking for web, for RV, you can find here very easily all the web apps. In this case, that start with the RV. And for example, we can see RV Web App 2021. We can add this one. And authorization application also, if we want to specify a specific one or leave it blank. What I've done now, what I've configured at this moment in time? Well, at this moment in time, I specify that web app, RV Web App 2021 is allowed to access the key vault. So if the web app tries to get something from the app configuration and the value stored inside the key vault, the web app can after that go back to the key vault and get that configuration. Some tips and tricks for the app configuration: you can have only one instance per subscription, and also when you have a Visual Studio project, you can add only one instance to the app configuration. So if, for example, just let me show, let's close all tab because I have multiple ones open. For this one, I already have a reference for app configuration, and through connected services, I can add only one. So if you click here and go to Azure App Configuration, as you can see, I'm not able to add a second one. From code, even still you need, even if it's an anti-pattern, from code you can do this. You can write your own code to manage another app configuration. So what we've talked until now, we talked about web apps, Azure Storage, SQL database, app configuration, and Key Vault. I think that in most of the cases, plus Azure Key Vault, but we don't have enough time. In most of the cases, these are the core Azure services from what I've seen that are used to develop and to run different web application or REST APIs. Plus, on top of that, we have load balancer, traffic manager, or for example, a solution like front door. So this is what I wanted to share to you today. If you have any kind of questions or you would like to talk more about a specific topic, we still have 5 minutes to do that. Okay, if you don't have any kind of questions, thank you for joining the session. Enjoy the day, and special thanks to the sponsors that made the event possible. Have a great day and see you. Bye-bye.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
I start my days, sun rays. I tap the phone, coffee's on. I mow the lawn, impressing Sean. So connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heat and smart, I do my part. Get in the car, IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT. 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 Live like a Bosch, with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
Datavard is a global software engineering firm that takes a uniquely human approach to solving problems. With over 20 years of experience, teams of highly trained engineers around the world, deep industry sector knowledge, and ongoing technology research, we help clients create custom software that improves their operations and opens new markets. We integrate our engineering excellence with deeply human values that drive our business and our approach to relationships. Curiosity, empathy, trust, honesty, and intuition.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
I start my days, sun rays. I tap the phone, coffee's on. I mow the lawn, impressing Sean. So connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heating smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, 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 IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch, with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
Datavard is a global software engineering firm that takes a uniquely human approach to solving problems. With over 20 years of experience, teams of highly trained engineers around the world, deep industry sector knowledge, and ongoing technology research, we help clients create custom software that improves their operations and opens new markets. We integrate our engineering excellence with deeply human values that drive our business and our approach to relationships. Curiosity, empathy, trust, honesty, and intuition.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
start my days. Sun rays, I tap the phone. Coffee's on, I mow the lawn. Impressing Sean, so connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heat and smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, 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 IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch, with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
DataVard is a global software engineering firm that takes a uniquely human approach to solving problems. With over 20 years of experience, teams of highly trained engineers around the world, deep industry sector knowledge, and ongoing technology research, we help clients create custom software that improves their operations and opens new markets. We integrate our engineering excellence with deeply human values that drive our business and our approach to relationships. Curiosity, empathy, trust, honesty, and intuition.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Okay, welcome to today's session on Azure deployments. We have a title called Past, Present, and Future. Basically what we're going to do is going through what Azure deployments has offered, what is currently offering, and what is the future about that. I'd like to thank to our sponsor for this event. And the agenda for this event is very simple. As the title suggests, we have past, present, and we're going to have some tips, tricks, and best practices, some demos, and we're going to look at the future as well. So let's start with the past. Initially, when you have to do an Azure ARM template deployment, it was very hard. There are lots of things missing. So one of these things is that the actual language was not having an active development. It was just language that was created and then left for some time to without any improvements or innovations there. That was for some time, but now we're going to see later it's different. There was a VS Code extension, but that one I would say very useless. Didn't offer much of integration of writing templates and etc. That has changed as well. Many resource providers not working properly in ARM template deployments. So many resource providers initially didn't have proper ARM template deployment support. Some of them are working, some others were failing in certain scenarios and etc. So that was another challenge that we had in the past. Initially, it was only resource book levels because many of the resources that were created in Azure Resource Manager initially, they were all put it in a resource group. At later point, we got resources that are at subscription level and at management group level, and we also have tenant group level resources as well. There is no way to preview changes, so when you were making an ARM template deployment, you couldn't see what is going to happen when you do that ARM template deployment. What resources will be created, what resources will be changed, these kind of things. There was a poor support for the schemas. The schemas are basically defining the structure of a resource that is being created in Azure, what kind of properties it has, and etc. Many of these were missing or incomplete, and etc. You couldn't do any custom code execution, so even when you had to do some things that are out of the scope for ARM templates, like maybe restarting a VM or something like that, you couldn't do that in a specific ARM template deployment. You had to basically go and do that outside of the ARM templates itself. Poor portal experience. Everything around the ARM templates deployment and etc. Had a poor experience when you had to even deploy from portal, or if you had to see some more information about the deployment, some more information about the resources and etc. It had a poor support on that. You had to use storage accounts if you had like multiple templates that are tied together to work in a single deployment. You had to go and upload these templates to a storage account, create, for example, a SAS token, and then use that SAS token to provide that information when you do the actual deployment. So you have to upload all the additional files there, or you have to go and put those files in a public repository like GitHub in order to reach them. As I said, also there was no active team behind ARM, so usually the ARM team is the one that takes care of people or other teams in Azure. honoring the principles of ARM, the standards, and etc., and developing the ARM language and etc. So that was the past, but let's look at the present, because things has been changed for at least from 2 years from now. I have been developing ARM templates for more than 4 years, so I can certainly see so many changes happening in this area. So let's start with some language improvements that happened during this period. We got a if function, so previously we couldn't do any if-then functions. Now we have if and then. We had date functions, which are important for some kind of some properties where require some kind of date or getting some kind of value that is from the current date. These functions are not present. Now they are. We didn't have any logical functions like AND and OR, and these are now present. Recently, we also got some functions to make things easier to write. So previously, if you had to have a no, you basically had to use the JSON function, and then in the JSON function, you provide the no string. But now we can do that just by a function like no, and you additionally have create object and create array, which could be very useful in certain situations. List functions, initially there was support for just a few list functions. Now there are more, where you can basically get information about some secrets that are present on different Azure services. Like the most bright example is there of getting the storage account keys in order to use them somewhere in another service. We got new GUID function. This is also useful in some resources or some properties where we had to basically provide a unique value every time the deployment happens. Although the deployments are idempotent, there are certain properties and resources that requires you to recreate, or let's say have a new resource every time that the deployment is executed. And the schemas were improved significantly, where we basically more and more services are honoring these schemas and publishing their information there. So when you write some templates, you can see the information about the schemas. We got improvements a lot on the VS Code extension. Snippet supports. Snippets were added into the extension, so you can easily have ready-to-go resources that you can add and templates and etc. Basically, just filling the blanks of these snippets when you add them. There is a partial IntelliSense. I'm saying partial because still, because of some of the ARM templates limitations, you cannot get the full IntelliSense everywhere. But still, that IntelliSense that's implemented partially, still it has some values there. Link template support. Previously, we had also link templates, but now the support is the support is better. One of the latest things is something called relative path, where you can just provide the relative path to the local file rather than providing a link to the file where it's located. Parameters file support. This was for some time, but now you can basically point to a parameters file, and that will basically link the input from that file to the ARM template that you're developing. With that, we also had a new language server for the extension. So the language server basically takes care of making sure that you're not making mistake in writing ARM templates. So with this new language server, we got command support, we got multi-line strings and code, speed improvements, and etc. Of course, that comes with linting and core coding as well. Deployment levels, as I mentioned, we previously only had resource group level deployment. Now we have subscription level, management group level, and tenant level. We also have this scope property. The scope property is useful in the scenarios where, for example, you want to do deployment. You can do now deployment from one management group to another management group, or from management group to a tenant level. This is useful in some specific scenarios because of the tenant level is so high in the hierarchy and requires some special permissions. You might not be able to write to the tenant level, to write the deployments resource to the tenant level. So we can basically start deployment at management group level, and then from there jump to a tenant level deployment. We get a lot of resource provider improvements. More and more services are using ARM as a way to deploy resources when you use Portal and other ways, of course. So, for example, when you start to deploy something from the portal, you're usually going to see some template being generated that does the actual deployment. There is export functionality now in the export functionality is there for ARM templates, and also has been improved significantly to show more and more resources when they are exported, how the template will be generated. It's automatic template generation, but still it can provide you some learning experience. We also got this new JSON view functionality where you can basically just see the raw resource by just clicking that, and you can choose the different versions and etc. One of the biggest improvements that happened lately is What If. What If is basically giving you preview of changes before deployment. You can preview many different changes. So for example, you can see if the resource will be created, which means doesn't exist yet. You can see if the resource will be deleted, which means the resource exists but is not defined in the template, and you are doing the complete mode of the template, then the resource will be deleted in that if you're using that mode of deployment. Ignore means that the resource exists but is not defined in the template. So even if it's not part of the template, you're gonna see that resource when you preview the changes with What If, just so you know that that resource exists and it's there. No change, the resource exists and will be redeployed without properties change. So meaning that the whole resource will be just redeployed without making any changes to the actual configuration of the resource. Modify, the resource exists, but some properties will be modified. And you can see also in that picture, for example, address prefix will be modified in this case. Deploy resource exists, but there is not enough information if resource properties will change or not. This is just to cover some resources if they are still not fully compliant with the What If functionality. The What If functionality is a work in progress that basically will become the de facto standard for all the Azure teams to implement, but still there could be some false positives. So if you see such kind of things, you can also report them, and the team behind that feature will fix them. The format of the changes can be controlled, so you can say how many changes you want to see, and etc. And additionally, you can programmatically get the results of that in case you maybe have some kind of CI/CD pipeline that basically you want to maybe have some kind of automatic detecting of what changes will happen, and depending on that to run the next job in the pipeline or not. We get deployment scripts. Deployment scripts is a way to execute PowerShell or EasyCLI scripts that can run during the deployment. So basically, a new Azure resource is created for the deployment script, and then executes that code that you have provided with that resource. On the back end, the storage account and container service is created, so you have a container where this code is executed. This could be useful in the scenarios where you may want to, for example, restart a VM after some deployment, or you want to get maybe some Azure AD users, because Azure AD, all these parts of Azure, is not actually an ARM resource. And if you need some resources and some information to get certain users or certain groups and etc., you can do that through script. So easy to code and options to debug for the deployment script. As I said, supports both Azure PowerShell and Azure CLI. Basically, you choose if you will want to run PowerShell or CLI when the deployment script is defined. You can output information from the deployment script, so you can use it maybe in other resources as input as the input for those resources. That way, you can pass that information from the script. You can pass command line arguments, so basically you pass certain information to the script, and then based on that information, your script will run. This can be used with Microsoft and non-Microsoft services, so even you can reach maybe some other places, like maybe if you have some kind of CMDB or something like that that you want to get or put some information, you can use it for that. It uses, it integrates with managed identities, so as long as that account has some kind of information, some kind of access to certain resources, you can use it. Maybe it will have access, for example, to Key Vault. Then the Key Vault contains some secrets where you can connect, for example, to some third-party service. As I mentioned, it uses storage account and container instances to do that deployment script. So basically, it will deploy those storage account and container instances to the resource group where the deployment script resource is being defined. And you can define if those resources will be cleaned after on success, or it will stay there if it fails, and etc. You can control that cleanup preference. As you can see from the code, you can also set timeout and these kind of things to this resource. Template, another new functionality, basically allows you to store your own templates as a package, as a resource in Azure. This basically eliminates the purpose of having a storage account where you have to deploy the link templates that you use in your template solution, and basically you don't have to maintain that storage account. This can be used also for sharing account templates inside the organization, because it's a resource in a resource group. Basically, as long as you give the right permissions to the people to read from that resource group, they will have permissions to deploy these template spec solutions. As I said, you don't need storage account for this. One template solution can work as a template spec and as a deployment from storage account at the same time. So you can have one template that if you want, you can use storage account to deploy it, or you can use template spec to deploy it. You don't have to change the code in a way that it will be different for the different scenarios. This is using something new called relative path, which you can just easily implement and use. As I mentioned, access to these template spec resources can be managed via Azure Airbag. Of course, if someone has to deploy, for example, a SQL database, they have to have the rights to deploy a SQL database. Having access just access the template spec doesn't give them access to deploy the resources that are behind these template specs. This can be easily integrated with CI/CD, and it's also my way of preference is to also do everything with these deployments via CI/CD. It's not meant for replacement for CI/CD. You can still, or your code repository services, you should still put your code in a repository and manage the versions from there and develop there. And additionally, you should still, if you want, you can publish the ARM templates as artifacts, for example, in DevOps or GitHub. This is just an additional way that you can share these solutions that you create with ARM templates. So let's start with some tips, tricks, and best practices. As I said, use CI/CD when you develop and you deploy ARM templates. It should be the preferred way of doing this whole deployment. My preference and my recommendation is to deploy at subscription level. That basically allows you to define the resource group as a resource in the ARM template and create it directly from the ARM template, which we then achieve full idempotency and basically achieve end-to-end deployment from within the template. If you're managing the permissions in a way that you have multiple resource group and different teams are having their own resource group, I would suggest that you move to a way where different teams has their own subscription. That is also the preferred way for scalability and management of Azure for bigger environments. Make your own templates as a solutions. So try to make your ARM templates deployments as general as possible. So for example, we can just provide a different configuration, and two different teams, by providing two different configuration, they can deploy from the same template and basically reuse those solutions that you have made. You can package those, as I said, as artifacts or as a template spec. Version them. Template spec supports also versioning. You can also define when there is a breaking change, so you can notify these multiple teams that are using these solutions what is breaking in certain releases, so they can plan in advance their deployments. Can use the API versions into variables. That basically allows you for easier management when you have to switch from older version to a newer version, or maybe because there is some new feature in that API version. It also allows you for easier testing because you just change that API version and verify if everything is correct after moving to that new version. Try to do multi-line, basically to split the code that is it's too long to be on a single line. This allows for better readability of your code. Add some comments to explain some of the complex code, so when other people read it, they can understand what you're actually doing. Continuing with the best practices and tips and the tricks, try to do complex input parameters. This means that you can have one, let's say, parameter that basically is an object on the top level, and then within the object we have more parameters and etc. This is easier to do because you don't have to have like 10 different parameters in your initial template that basically may contradict with each other, or basically you say if you enter this value for this parameter, then you don't use that parameter, or these kind of things that might not be useful. Use link templates to split the code, basically trying to do some kind of, let's say, object-oriented or development, or at least dividing the code into different, let's say, functions, so you can read it easily, so you don't have to build like 5,000 lines of code. It's also easier to follow through what is going on and troubleshoot. When you define parameters, variables, etc., use camel case, for example, for easier reading. Union is a function in ARM templates that is very useful. It is useful in a way that you can unify two objects, and this basically allows you to define some, let's say, default values that the end user doesn't have to enter. That way, you can simplify the configuration of your solutions. I'm going to show you later the actual example of that so you can understand better. If you have some variables that are having similar purpose, you can group them in a single variable as objects. I'm going to show that as well later in the example. Regularly update the API versions of your solutions, the resources that you deploy. This will allow you to go to implement new features, but also making sure that you're using basically the latest and greatest from Azure. Order properties the same way. So when you define a resource in ARM template, you have certain properties. Try to follow the same order. That will allow also for easier reading of the code when multiple people are working on the same solution. Resource group location should always, or at least in most cases, should match the location of the resource that you're deploying. This is just best practice when you deploy Azure resources. That way, you're not gonna have some issues with availability in case one region had problems, and etc. Do not output secrets. So the ARM templates has the option to output information out of the ARM template. Do not output secrets. So for example, if you take the storage account key for a storage account, do not put it in the output in a plain text so it can be seen, because everyone who has access to view ARM template deployments, they're gonna see that output information as well. And by default, many people have access to view the actual deployment resources. Pass secrets as secure string, so always pass the secrets as a secure string, so they are not exposed in plain text when they are being used, somewhere in the ARM template. And as well, with that one, also put your secrets in a key vault instead of entering them manually from somewhere. Put them in a key vault and make sure that the key vault is accessible by the ARM template resources. So moving to the demo part. So let's start here first with the example that I have. So basically, we have one template. This is our template that starts the deployment of all other link templates. It's called Azure deployed.json. And we also have several other templates here in the nested templates folder, where we're gonna start these deployments from within this one. For my deployment, I only have one parameter, which is called resource group. But you can see later that I'm actually gonna deploy a lot more stuff. Actually gonna show you the parameters file. So this is how my parameters file. As you can see, I have only one parameter that has value, and then we're defining what we actually want to deploy. So because we are in the resource group object, we're gonna deploy a resource group with this name and this location. We're gonna give it some tags. In that resource group, we're gonna deploy some SQL logical servers. In this case, I only have one. That SQL logical server will have this name. We're going to enable system managed identity on that SQL server. We're going to have some username for the SQL server. And we're going to pass the password for the username from key vault. The key vault is located in another resource group with this name, and the secret will be taken from this value. Additionally, I have some firewall rules, and I have some databases that I also going to create some databases and some firewall rules for this. I have some code that is now commended. I'm going to explain that later. So you can see here we have like a hierarchical tree view of the configuration, and I can basically pass all this information as a single parameter that will basically create all these resources. So how am I achieving this basically? As I mentioned before, here with the API versions are in a variable. Because we are using several API versions, we basically group them. We have a version for resource groups, and we have a version for deployments. When I need to reference the version for API for resource groups, I'm just referencing that variable. Here in the variable section, I'm defining a default resource group properties. So basically what I'm gonna do is have some default properties for this property. So tags and deploy. These are two properties that I'm gonna have. So what this allows me is that even if I don't define tags here, let's say if I comment this part, my template will not fail, because here I'm doing a union between this object and the resource group object, and then I'm taking the tags, because these will be empty. Even if I don't define here, I'm always going to have that tags property, so my template will, my deployment will not fail. The deploy property basically allows me, if I don't want to, if the resource group is already created, I may not have to recreate it and add additional tags. I might just say skip this if this is not deployed. So if I take this property here, which is the default value, it's not defined here, and I set it at this level, and I set it to false, the actual resource group will not be created. It will just continue with deploying the rest of the stuff. So let's remove these things that I have done. So the first thing that I'm doing is basically deploy a resource group, so where I can deploy the SQL servers. And after that, I'm putting a dependency on the resource group, so I can first deploy the resource group, and after that start the deployment of the SQL logical servers. In that case, the SQL logical server will be deployed in the resource group that is already created. For this one, I have to start a link template. And as you can see here, I'm providing a relative path to that link template, which is located in nested templates, and it's called SQL logical servers. I'm passing the information here. As you can see, the SQL logical servers value is passed here, and I'm also passing the tags. So whatever I assign as tags on the resource variable, I also want to assign it on a SQL logical servers level. So moving to SQL logical servers, I have the input that I'm passing. Again, API versions are in a separate variable here. And I also have these default SQL logical server properties. So in the main one, I had default properties for the resource group, and now I'm going to have default properties for the SQL logical server. So things like stacks on a psychological server will not be required. Password from key vault, of course, is required. You have to provide resource group name, name, and secret. But for example, if the key vault is in the same resource group as the psychological server, I don't have to provide a subscription ID property. But if someone needs that the key vault is in another subscription, they can provide that property and provide the value for the subscription ID where the key vault is located. So they can take the secret from from a vault that is in another subscription. I also have system manager identity false. So by default, if you don't provide a true value for this, this will not be deployed. Something that is not defined in here in the parameters is that is the minimum TLS version, which is in this case 1.2. If someone wants to use a lower version for some reason, they can do it by just having different value here. Because when you do the union, the second value of the union will always take preference. So meaning that whatever is defined in my parameters file will have the default value there. The same thing I'm doing with public network access. The same with Azure Active Directory Administrator. If I want to integrate with Azure AD, I can do that. If nothing is defined, it will not integrate. By default, I don't have any firewall rules. So if I don't define them, the template will not break, but also no firewalls will be created. And I have Azure Defender also integration, which is not enabled by default. By default, I also have 0 databases. So if you want to just deploy the SQL Server without databases initially, you can do that as well. What I'm doing here is just doing the copy, which basically will do iteration over my SQL logical servers array. And for each SQL logical server, we're going to merge the default properties with what is provided in the template. We're going to get here the secret from the key vault. So we can pass it as a password, and we're going to see that password property will be secure string. And again, I'm merging here the tags. So every tag that is on the top level will be inherited to the lowest resource. And then I also have relative path because these resources, these JSON templates are in the same level. They just gonna we don't have to provide the folder, you're just going to provide the actual name of the template. Moving here, as you can see, password is secure string. Still, we have many API versions here that are used for different things. And we now have a default property for the SQL database. So when you have to define the SQL database, you don't have to define all these properties. For example, by default, will be not zone redundant. By default, hybrid benefits will not be enabled. Collation will be this value. Data inscription will be enabled by default. Short-term backup retention and long-term backup retention will not be configured, and all these other settings that you don't have to provide by default. Here I have the SQL Server created. As you can see, I have for the identity, if this value is true, it will have system managed identity. If it's false, it will not have it. The rest is just providing these properties that are in the configuration or in the default properties file. Here we have the Azure AD integration. So if this property is empty, this resource will not be deployed at all, which means that there will be no integration. Similar things we have with Azure Defender, but as you can see in Azure Defender, we don't have condition here, just because if this is false, it will be disabled. If it's true, it will be enabled. So I'm providing this kind of logic here. And we have also setting vulnerability assessment solution or feature, which can only be set if you have actually Azure Defender enabled and if you have recurring scans enabled as well. For that feature, you also have to provide storage account. So this will be, you have to provide that storage account if you want to basically enable that feature as well. You have some commented code here, which I'm going to explain later. Then we have the SQL logicals rules. As you can see, I don't have condition here. If the length of this is 0, this just will be skipped and will not be deployed. The SQL firewall rules is another template that I'm going to start deployment to. And we also have SQL databases that are going to be deployed. And again, I'm creating a union between the default properties and what is provided in the configuration. So that basically defines most of the part about this solution. As you can see, with one single property, which is a complex one, basically stacking different configurations at different levels inside that property, you can deploy multiple resources. And as you can see, it allows you to deploy multiple SQL servers. So if you want to have multiple SQL servers with multiple databases, you can do that. With this, I can easily extend this. This template to provide additional functionality. So let's say I want to configure auditing and diagnostics and metrics to log analytics. Because I've implemented this code, I'm basically going to provide this option, so I can configure the audit actions in groups that will be logged as auditing. And I can configure diagnostic logs and metrics, so I have to provide the workspace name, the resource group name, where the workspace is created, the subscription ID, what kind of logs I want, what kind of metrics I want. Do I want to have audit logs enabled, or do I want also to have Microsoft Support Operation audit logs as well enabled? So I can do that for the SQL Server. And then in the SQL Server part, I can add additional code to support that functionality. So I just added the properties. You can configure those on database level as well. So you can add these to a database. But let's add it. Let's uncomment that part as well. And to give you more information, I already deployed this database, so it's over here. So you can see this being deployed. We have the database, we have the actual server, and I believe auditing is not configured here, so you can see it's disabled. In this case, it's configured. And let's uncomment some more code. So let's find that part. So the auditing part requires some settings to be enabled. So these are auditing settings resource. You also need to uncomment this property. So by default, I don't have to specify this property because it has some default values. And I'm gonna uncomment this part as well. And this. So basically, to configure the audit settings, it's a separate setting that has a specific name. So we can do that. You can see SQL security audit events, and you have also dev operations audit events that require additional toggle if you want to enable. Basically, in order to configure this, you have to have audit logs enabled for sure. And we have the diagnostic settings part, which I'm setting to specific workspace, sending to specific workspace, and we have the metrics and etc. defined. Let me comment this part as well. Now that we have this, I can actually do something like this. Actually, let's copy this one and put it on a server level. Let's say we want to do this. And what I'm gonna do is I'm create a resource group. This will be a resource group. We're gonna store this solution as a template spec. So this should be already created. And actually, let's do this one. I'm gonna publish the template spec. So it's there, it's a new version published. And I'm gonna do first what if, so just gonna show me what kind of changes it will do. And while waiting for that, just to show you how this looks. So here's the template spec resource, it's called SQL. It has a main template, so this is its main template. It has the different JSON files that I have uploaded as well, because they are using relative path. The solution knows, the deployment knows exactly what files to upload there. And we have different versions. So in this case, I only have one version, as you can see it here, and it also has its own files as well. So what if has run, and it's showing me what kind of changes. So you can see some things new will be created. So I don't have these diagnostic settings, so those will be created. Seems I'm gonna assign some new tags on the resource group level previously, which I didn't assign. Same for the SQL Server. As you can see, the tags on a higher level are inherited to the SQL Server. Some here settings will be changed. So the authority settings will be from disabled to enabled, and all these things. And now I can start my actual deployment. I've put the deployment in verbose mode so you can see the different states of the different resources moving from running to succeeded. You can see I have the firewall, because I have these firewall settings. They are now configured. One interesting thing about settings is in the UI, you're gonna see this enable Azure SQL to Azure Services toggle, but it's actually a firewall rule which should have our start and IP address of 0. As you can see, transparent data encryption is enabled because that's a default value for the database that I'm creating. Diagnostic settings are now configured. So actually, before finishing this, I can go and look at the actual resources. So going back to the SQL Server, I can see the auditing now configured, and also auditing for Microsoft support operations are enabled. Don't look that this is not configured. This is just a UI not doing things correctly as should be. And if we go to the diagnostic settings, one thing to know is that when you configure the diagnostic settings and etc., you actually configure it on a database called master. This is a database that is available for every logical server. By default, you don't have to define it in the template, it's automatically created. But basically, when I configure it on the master base, it's configured on the server level. And you can see that I have the SQL the audit logs enabled here as well, and I have the metrics and the diagnostic settings, as you can see here correctly exposed in which workspace I want to configure that. So these are the logs that I have provided, and this is the matrix that I wanted to have as well. You can see it here in the parameters file. And if someone wants to, let's say, remove this one, it will configure all the other. So that will allow you to basically change the configuration without changing the solution itself. We can see that this is now deployed successfully. As you can see, succeeded. And that's basically the demo about the ARM template. So let's move on to the next part. Let's look at the future. So the future, if you know, Microsoft is developing a new language for ARM templates deployment. It's called Bicep now. The name might change. We don't know because Bicep was the name for the project. So at general availability release, they usually change sometimes names, but sometimes leave them. So we don't know what will be the new name. But it's a way to do a simpler language. As you may saw, the ARM template language is a very verbose language, which you have to define a lot of things in order to achieve what you want. The new language is simpler in that way. It's a PowerShell-like language. It has some similarities to PowerShell, if you will. It's also domain-specific language, which basically is trying to move from to create a language, a higher language for some other language. Because when you actually create something in Bicep, and when you have to deploy it, you're gonna basically convert that or build that Bicep file from Bicep format to ARM template format, and then it's gonna do actual ARM template deployment. So that's why it's a domain-specific language. As I mentioned, this is less verbose coding, easier to read. So the language is easier to read compared to ARM templates. As I mentioned, the Bicep code is actually translated to ARM templates when you have to do deployment. So it has a function like Bicep build and providing the name of your template, and this then gonna build. We're gonna build the ARM template. The language is still constrained by some ARM limitations, but from what we see from the public development of this language, the team behind that is also willing to actually make changes in the ARM language as well in order to improve the experience for Bicep as well. And this new Bicep language also has better VS Code extension that provides full IntelliSense support, better mapping to the schemas, etc. So demoing that one, what I did is basically the same solution that you saw in ARM templates. I created it in Bicep. Because we are deploying at subscription level, now the target here scope is subscription. Previously, in order to define that, this is defined here in the schema. So the schema is subscription deployment. Description is provided this way for a parameter. You have one parameter that is object. I have here another parameter that's called password. This is just because currently I have to provide the reference to the key vault in the main template. Microsoft is working on actually ability to provide it in the way that I have defined it here in the template by just providing some values and just getting the resource ID and reaching to the secret. So there are still some things that they have to fix, but overall the language is its final stage of being released to GA at some point when they feel comfortable that that should be done. So I have these two parameters. As you can see here, the parameters is string. The only way that you define it as a secure string is by defining with this option here. Variable, I still have that variable as you saw in the previous template. And now you define the resource with the word resource, and then you have to provide a name for that resource. This is a name that you can then reference inside the template. So as you can see here, SQL RG, SQL resource group, I'm then defining it here. I'm using it here by referencing that resource here in the scope. The versions are here defined with the resource definition, so I don't have any variables for that one, but that's okay because I can just find it in the place by using this keyword on all of the templates. I have an if statement here as before, so still doing Kinyon, and here you're just doing deploy. If it's true, then it's going to deploy that. We have definition for the name for the resource group, location, and still you cannot do the same things with text. As you can see, many of the tips and tricks that I have used for templates, I can still use them here, like the union, etc. Now the nested templates are here now called modules. So I have a modules folder here, and I'm defining a module. That module is still located in that folder. It's a bicep file as well. And I'm passing all these parameters here. So I still have the SQL Server here, still have the same properties, still doing the union with the default configuration for the SQL Server. As you can see, the syntax is less verbose here. Besides defining I'm basically having a loop here, the same way that I had copy in this part. I'm doing for here. So for the SQL logical server, having an index in the SQL logical servers, and then I'm starting a deployment through a module. And then I have the same things here defined in a similar way. The interesting part is that, let's say if I don't have this one, let's comment it. Still can have the same comments here. And you can now see that I have basically in IntelliSense that I have availability to do the public network access property. And it also tells me what kind of virus it expects. So it's either disabled or enabled. And it also gives you a description what this property is about. So this allows you for writing the code without having to go through some documents as well. The same goes here if you want to add a resource. And let's say my resource. And it will load me different resource properties. So let's say if I want to say I want to deploy virtual machine, right? I'm gonna see it here. Of course, it's not the first option because there are a lot of resources that call virtual. But I can choose the different versions that are available as well. And next, I need to do this. And now if I want to do for this resource, so to create multiple resources of this type, or I can do for with some condition. I can do for with index. I can do if, so only condition to deploy this resource, and I can just deploy the resource without any conditions as well. So this is going to give me some information. Additionally, this now going to tell me you don't have name and location, so let's add name, VM1, and location, and let's use the resource group. These are the same, some of the same functions that are available in templates. You can use them in Bicep as well. And then you have additional properties that can be added. But let's say if I want to add the properties and Now we're going to show me all the additional properties that a VM can have. Same integration here, and so on. If we look at the actual demo for this, what I can do is basically go and use the bicep CLI to basically convert this into ARM template. So if I execute this, this becomes main JSON. Basically, it's just a single file, if you want, if you will, a single file that contains all the deployments. It's hard to read, but this basically simplifies the way of when you convert something from bicep to ARM template for the deployments part, because it's just a single file. But you can see here a lot of the things that I have previously developed. They are also here as well. And if I want to deploy it, I can just say new AZ deployment, and its template file, I can just point to the bicep file, and this will automatically deploy without me going to actually upload it to a storage account, because when bicep is converted to the JSON, it will be a single file, so you don't need to deploy it. You don't need to split it into different files and upload it to storage account. I'm just gonna do what if for this one. But as well, if you want to upload this as a template spec, you can do it. I already did that. But first we need to build it from bicep to JSON, and then you can upload it as a JSON file as an template spec. In the future, you're going to be able to create a template spec out of the bicep file, but of course, in the actual template spec, it will be the JSON file that is being uploaded. And in this case, it's a single file because it creates a single file from the bicep file. So we are almost at the end. Another future thing is deployment stacks. We don't know much about it. There is a little bit of public information about this, but basically it allows you to manage the lifecycle of different resources, so they are included in a single template. So let's say if from your template or from your bicep file you remove certain file, you can control whether this file should be deleted, should be left as it is. And so on. You will be able to do rollback. You'll be able to lock any changes, preventing from things happening after your stack deployment. This will work across different scopes, so you can deploy resources to subscription management groups, resource groups, and all these resources that they deployed with a single stack. They will be basically treated as resources that are part, let's say, of one application or one deployment, and basically this will provide a life cycle for that. So you'll be able to fully manage what is available and what is not in the deployment. We expect this to have more information once Microsoft maybe wants to share more, but this is from a public recording that I have found where they talk about deployment stack and what their intentions are. But we don't have a date when we're gonna see something happening available for using deployment stacks. With that, if there are any QAs, please let me know. If not, I would like to thank you for watching this presentation. Okay, again, thank you for your time.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
I start my days, sun rays. I tap the phone, coffee's on. I mow the lawn, impressing Sean. So connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heating smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, 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 IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch, with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
Datavard is a global software engineering firm that takes a uniquely human approach to solving problems. With over 20 years of experience, teams of highly trained engineers around the world, deep industry sector knowledge, and ongoing technology research, we help clients create custom software that improves their operations and opens new markets. We integrate our engineering excellence with deeply human values that drive our business and our approach to relationships. Curiosity, empathy, trust, honesty, and intuition.
Независимо от работата от
Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to Global Azure Virtual 2021 edition in Bulgaria. And I'm happy and thankful that you are here and that you're following all about Azure worldwide, especially here at this event. This particular session is securing your enterprise with Azure Sentinel. And my name is Sasha. And I will guide you through the rest of the 60 minutes of Azure Sentinel, so you can grasp what it is and how can we protect our enterprises, our businesses, our infrastructure with Azure Sentinel. But first of all, let's thank our sponsors, the platinum ones and gold ones, and etc. Bosch, DataArt, EPAM, Inspirit, Venturmate, and Hill, and Adastra as well. And thank you for all the sponsors here that help have this event become the way it is, a successful one. Thank you all. And a little bit about me. My name is Sasha, as I said, and I'm a Microsoft Azure MVP as well as the MCT regional lead and certified EC Council instructor, and a part of the Certification Advisory Council. And here's my Twitter handle. Should you want to get in contact, or if you have any questions. Also, CEO of Cloud Tech, that we deliver cloud security solutions and training and consulting worldwide. But enough about the introduction. Let's go and take a little bit insight of what Azure Sentinel actually is. But first of all, a few slides about the background, and then we will dive into the console, of course, and see what it is. So behind, let's just say a few words about Microsoft Intelligent Security Graph. It's just a part of the Microsoft Graph. Actually, the behind the data that we use in Azure in our analytics and for hunting and determining whether some behavior is anomalous or is malicious, we first have to know what kind of behavior is good. So, of course, Microsoft, and not just Microsoft, every cloud provider gathers a certain amount of data. And we, as users, generate that data, whether we like it or not. But this is nothing of the data being used here is not personally identifiable data, but it's the metadata that we use. So, for example, the type of a browser that we've connected with, that we used, and the version of the browser, and of course, some of the data is personally identifiable. For example, Microsoft has to have information about your Active Directory user that you were using to connect to a certain resource, or the device that you were using, type of the operating system, and so on and so on. So there are a lot of data that we as users generate, and the Microsoft Intelligent Security Graph is actually behind this. So it is the engine and the that can help us give us some insight of first of all what type of behavior is good, to be able to actually detect the anomalous type of behavior. But just a few numbers. There are more than 1 billion Windows devices updated and scanned, and as well as Microsoft has the data about monthly authentications and about emails that they are analyzing. So a lot of us have Office 365, Microsoft 365. We have emails in the cloud. And if you are old as I am, and if you have been using the internet since the beginning, and well, since the 80s or 90s, then, for example, in Outlook Express version 6 or 5, we got, like 20 years ago, 95% of the emails were spam emails, and 5% of these emails were actually good emails. So it was very hard to go through all the phishing emails, all the spam, all the viruses, anti-malware, and so on. So today, my experiences, I'm very happy about the Office 365 because today we don't get so much spam. And even if you do, if you just recall, for example, if any kind of new spam comes through and goes through, it will last for about 1, 2, 3, 5 days. After a certain time, the artificial intelligence, machine learning will pick the pattern up and will learn about it and then filter this out. So this is not Microsoft 365 protection course, but there are multiple layers that protect us, that scan the emails, and attachments, and do a lot of background work for us to receive the email that is not malware, and that is not infected, that is not phishing email, and that is not spam, and so on. So these are this is the data that Microsoft has, that leverages, that uses to give us the insight about what good or bad behavior is. So Microsoft is using extensive machine learning to reduce manual effort, to reduce false positivity, speed up detection, and so on. So there are a lot of data that is out there that we can use, and then we are using actually to leverage the security. And inside the intelligent security graph, well, this is really in a big picture what it is actually. So first of all, well, I'd like to have this slide vice versa, bottom to top. But anyway, let's go and see what actually it is. There's data. And that data also includes all the telemetry, and the data has been analyzed, normalized, and collected, and so on, and published to internal APIs. So all the data that we've seen previously in these numbers within the intelligent security graph are actually available for us to be queried upon and to be investigated. So a lot of products across the Microsoft universe are using that data. So Azure Security Center, or Active Directory Identity Protection, or ATP, or Defender Suite, and Cloud Application Security as well, and others. So you've probably seen that certain information, a specific one, for example, like impossible travel, is available in the Cloud Application Security, is available in the Security Center, is available in the conditional access, is available in the identity protection, Active Directory Identity Protection, and so on. So that is this is the type of data that a lot of products through the Microsoft portfolio are using. But the data that is being used in a different context and in different to serve a different purpose. So in this case, Azure Sentinel also leverages that data and other data as well. It is not just tied to this data that you can see here, and that is from Microsoft Intelligent Security Graph, or the metadata that if Microsoft is collecting, but it's actually using a lot more. So all this data and help fuel new discoveries, and these products generate a lot of data, which then is being again collected, normalized, analyzed, and published to the APIs. So thanks to that data, that is metadata, of course. It's not that you can see any personal data like credit cards or any kind of text that is actually in our emails, but the data that is published is the metadata that is being used. So very important part is why Sentinel, why other products, why specifically Sentinel and other things. But first of all, a digression. I have to say that there's no silver bullet for security, and in special, we're talking about Azure here, about Microsoft ecosystem and Microsoft 365 and everything. So when I speak about Azure Sentinel, it has a prefix Azure, but it helps collect the data from other sources like Office 365 and third-party sources. But there's no silver bullet, and for security, there's no one big master switch that you can just pull down and use to protect our resources. But I think that Azure Sentinel should be used along with other products along with other security products, since there is no one product that encompasses everything, and each product serves its own purpose. And here as well, Azure Sentinel also serves its own purpose. That is that might overlap with the different products, but it's not one. It doesn't fit all the ecosystem of our products, of our infrastructure. So why? Well, the traditional SOC challenges are sophistication of threats and too many disconnected products and so on and so on. This looks like a typical ad slide, but it's not. It's in today's world, which is very, very, very different than what was the previous situation. We are in very, I would say, difficult position, because today our data is not longer in between four walls, but our data is roaming outside. So we have our data in the cloud. We have our sensitive information in the cloud. First of all, our password resets are being done by sending the links into the email. Our Excel tables, our databases, our spreadsheets are there. Sensitive data is in the cloud. It's no longer between four walls on the file servers and on the on-prem SharePoint, and the data is outside. And remember that the bad guys, or bad girls, or bad persons need to be out of the millions or billions of attempts. They need to be right and succeed just once. While on the other side, we have to be successful all the times, all the billion times, all the hundreds of billion times that they try. We need to be successful on our side. So it's very, very hard, much harder for us, for protectors, for the people who protect their assets than for the attackers. And therefore, we need some tools that leverage that data, and of course, we need to think a little bit different about how to protect the data in today's world compared to the others. Previously, it's very, very hard to do that. So the threats continue to grow in complexity and volume, and also we see too many alerts from disconnected products and so on. There's a global shortage about security for security analysts, of course, and in traditional SOC, or Security Operations Center, this is what it looks like and what we have to deal with. And it shows us the picture where we stand and where the actual Azure Sentinel stands. So we have some different security and activity logs. These are raw logs that are being analyzed. Then we have the insights. So we have the alerts derived from these logs, user entity behavior analytics, machine learning, and so on. So all these can be analyzed in a classic SIEM, or the intelligent security graph actually has its fingers into this, and it is actually doing normalizing, analyzing the data. We, as the analysts, have to respond to incidents. We have to manage detection responses and everything. And on the other hand, we also have the Azure Sentinel, actually, that is the SOAR, which means it's the abbreviation of security orchestration, automation, and remediation. So in short, if it can be shorter, it is a tool to help us remediate for incidents, for bad behavior in our threat landscape. So where it stands within the security landscape in Microsoft ecosystem. So first of all, we have a few steps. We have to identify attacks. We have to protect our assets. We have to detect, identify assets and protect them. And first of all, we need to know what we have in order to protect the assets. So then we need to know what happened to detect these to detect events, bad events, then respond to these events manually or automatically, and then recover from these unfortunate events. So we have Azure Security Center, and you can see that Azure Sentinel and Azure Security Center a little bit overlapping here, and the poor SOC analyst in here in between that actually does a little bit of everything. But these products are intertwined, and although I'd like to say a little bit more of both, we're concentrating on Azure Sentinel and in here. So we have, yes, Azure Security Center also detects, can detect as well, and you can see that here as well. We can see that this here a little bit spans both. But the Azure Sentinel does the majority of detection, responding, and recovering to alerts from infrastructure, from entities. These entities can be user accounts, computer accounts, IP addresses, and switches, routers, and so on. Where the Azure Security Center in here deals with threat intelligence, with anomaly detection, behavior analytics, etc., etc. So here, these things also can be analyzed by SIEM or and exported to Azure Sentinel. But here we have also Azure Sentinel that is actually a scalable cloud-native and security information management system, or SIEM, that actually collects data at the cloud scale, of course, and also it detects previously undetected threats, or it can help us with seeing the security, how security actually is in our infrastructure, and we can investigate the threats with AI, by artificial intelligence. So it can help us hunt for suspicious activities at scale, and that's important. So not just one by one, by that scale. So and collecting multiple incidents into the multiple events into the incident. So seemingly uncorrelated events will become an attack or an incident. So this by doing this manually, it is difficult to see the actual big picture of what is happening. But if we have a artificial intelligence and machine learning, then it's easier to do that, and we can respond to incidents rapidly. And by using Sentinel, actually, we can, typically, if an incident happens, and if between the time that the incident happened and between the time that we respond to that incident can pass from, usually it is from 90 days or even longer. It goes up to the 240 days, according to some research, and we need to shorten that time as much as possible. Ideally, it will be the best that we can prevent every attack, but unfortunately we can't. But what we can shorten the time, and that is what Azure Security Center and Azure Security Sentinel, Microsoft Azure Sentinel stands for and tries to do. So we have artificial intelligence by our side, and first of all, it is very easy to set up. It's there is no infrastructure cost or upfront commitment. We only pay what we use, and that means that we pay for the storage, and we pay for that data being ingested and analyzed. And as of now, well, not as of now, but today, we can, and since the beginning, we can bring the Office 365 data for free for analysis. And since we have no infrastructure set up for maintenance, well, we just rely on the data that is being collected, and it is scaling automatically. Well, actually, it's available in the Azure portal, and it becomes the central place for security operations. So getting a near real-time view of security events and providing tools to investigate and to respond to incidents. So as with as an Azure service, you can easily augment security operations with other cloud services like in Azure portal, like machine learning, logic apps, and Azure Monitor as well. And it is actually graphical and AI-based investigation that will reduce the time actually to understand the full scope of an attack and its impact. You can visualize the attack and visualize the actions in the same dashboard, and take the actions in the same dashboard. So the proactive actually hunting of suspicious alerts and suspicious activities and alerts is another critical task for security analysts. And of course, this process is which security analysts and threat personnel collect and analyze is tedious process. It's repeatable and it's time consuming. So this can be automated. So Azure Sentinel provides capabilities to enable you to automate and the analysis by building hunting queries and Azure notebooks or Jupyter notebooks that are based on the proactive and based on the proactive hunting that incident response and threat analysis teams perform. Microsoft developed a set of queries and for the Azure notebooks that are available in Azure Sentinel to help navigate the most common scenarios that are available today. And as the threat landscape is evolving, and the bad persons are not resting any minute, the queries will evolve as well. And what else? The collecting security data at scale and from all sources across the enterprise is available. So there are some pre-wired integration with Microsoft solution, of course. With Azure Sentinel, you can aggregate all security data with building connectors from many partner solutions, and there's a native integration of Microsoft signals and support for industry standard industry log format like common event format and so on, or syslog. And Microsoft 365 data can be imported. Well, Office 365 data can be imported. Data can be imported for free, and you're not being charged for that. Well, you're being charged for storage, but not for analysis and ingestion. And the connectors are being added constantly. What is the connector? The connector is the connection where we enable Azure Sentinel to ingest and analyze the data. So once we like plug in to be able to enable the data to stream into the Azure Sentinel to be analyzed, we are enabling Azure Sentinel to do the analytics, and therefore, well, we are charged for that. but we then have the insights of what's going on with the data, and then we can have the data being to be investigated. And Sentinel is based on Azure Monitor that uses scalable log analytics. These databases can just like petabytes of data every day, and they're very fast. The log analytics is using we can query the log analytics with a very efficient custom query language, or KQL, and it is a very versatile language, and it's similar like with a T-SQL. Well, I said similar. It's not the same, but similar. And it's not just the feature of the KQL, but it's the feature of log analytics that it can be queried very efficiently and very fast. And in a milliseconds or microseconds, or even seconds, we can get the petabytes or gigabytes of data analyzed. And it also integrates with Graph Security API to enable customers to import their own threat intelligence feed machine learning models based on decades of security experience, and millions of signals are correlated, and incidents are prioritized. So the insights here are based on threat intelligence and your own threat intelligence, and it can all this can reduce alert fatigue by up to 90%. So it helps reduce noise drastically, and it's been seen that an overall reduction of 9% in alert fatigue with some early adopters, and we can then, of course, bring into the Azure Sentinel our own threat intelligence, well, or external one. We will see that as well. And this is just also an overview about how the Azure Security Center and SIEM stand together, and where the data has been ingested, and how it's everything is connected. The same integration here and Azure Sentinel integration is available, of course, with Microsoft provides APIs, connectors, and of course, Azure Sentinel has also built-in first and third-party connectors to connect the Azure native solutions as well as the third-party ones. Let's go through quickly through the Azure Sentinel core capabilities, and then we will go on and see what console has to offer and how it looks like. And core capabilities are, well, first we have to ingest the data from the data repository, where we can also search the data. The data is being enriched, of course, with intelligence, geolocation or IP reputation as well. So since Microsoft has, for example, we might be probed, or our sources like web pages, web services, web apps, or virtual machines that are internet facing can be accessed by a normal non-malicious IP address. But if, for example, there is the distributed denial of service outbreak, and where thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions of bots are using specific IP ranges, where this particular IP address or IP address range or IP addresses had been used as well, because they've been compromised with that bot network, is therefore accessing our resource afterwards as well, then it can be designated a certain IP reputation, which means that this IP address or range of IP addresses is no longer safe, but it's being designated as the malicious one. So then we can respond accordingly to this new situation that has happened. And of course, once we have the data in and once we have connected the sources, then these sources can be analyzed. We can investigate and correlate between these. So, for example, one IP address can here, or one RDP try there, and a certain behavior on our web app might seem like that came from different IP addresses, might seem, for example, like three non-connected events. But since we have the machine learning and artificial intelligence, by using that data and billions and petabytes of other data, it can then figure out that these events are actually is one orchestrated attack, and therefore raise a flag, and then we can we can then proceed accordingly and act upon these happenings. So we can then automate and orchestrate response and so on. Of course, the Azure Sentinel has it's similar like we've seen before, but of course it's we have dashboards, we have notebooks, analytics, playbooks, and etc. Various data sources and from other clouds, third-party clouds, GCP or well, Google Suite or Amazon Web Services, etc. is available. What is important is that MITRE ATT&CK is a globally accessible knowledge base of tactics and techniques that is based on real world, and Microsoft Azure Sentinel is using MITRE ATT&CK techniques, and as well, this has been recently introduced into the Azure Security Center as well. And but the different tactics are being used in Azure Sentinel to fall in a specific MITRE ATT&CK matrix for enterprise. For example, we have actions that will fall under the persistence or execution matrix, or lateral movement and discovery. So by knowing which falls where and how it's and how these are characterized, we can then easily spot them and actually drive a more intelligent actions. So all these MITRE tactics are being developed and are being updated as they being updated here online as well. And for external threats and for additional threat intelligence and security intelligence, we also have one source of data that is available in Sentinel, and that is Taxi. Well, that is Taxi, of course. What with one eye, what with two eyes, the Taxi. That is Taxi. What we're talking about Taxi here. With two eyes. Taxi is a trusted automated exchange of intelligence information, or Taxi. It's an application protocol for exchanging cyber threat intelligence data over HTTPS, and the Taxi defines an API and a set of requirements for the clients that are accessing the collections of the data and on servers. So we have a producer, and we have different channels, and we have different subscribers. So we, as a subscriber, subscribe to different channels that provide different information about different entities, and import them into the Azure Sentinel. And then we can use these there for subsequent analysis. So a collection of services, these and message exchanges enable sharing your information about cyber threats across products and across services, across organizational boundaries, and there is this is actually a transport vehicle for stick structured threat information and key enables widespread exchange. The stick is structured threat information expression, and we'll see that a little bit more. So there it is. Sticks, or structured threat information expression, is a standardized language which has been developed by MITRE in a collaborative way, and it's representing structured information by cyber threats. So we will see that in Sentinel, and I'll show you also how to connect. So the stick syntax actually allows to transfer threat information among IT security intelligence technologies, so we can leverage all that knowledge and information that is there. So these are open community efforts, but they have they're hugely backed up, for example, by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and by MITRE Corporation as well. A few things to consider. Collection is just that, is a collection. So it's an interface to a logical repository. For example, malicious IP addresses. That can be one collection. The other collection might be malicious websites. So this is the collection of CTI objects provided by a taxi server, and it allows a producer to host a set of data that can be requested or subscribed by consumers. So these clients and servers exchange information in a request-response model. So that channel is maintained by a taxi server, and that a channel allows producers to push data to consumers, and consumers then therefore receive data from many producers. So these taxi clients exchange information with other taxi clients in a publish-subscribe model. So it's widespread network, and we can then leverage that. It will be much more clear when we get to the console. So when we speak about the console, let's go and see the console in here. So first of all, quickly, let's go to the Azure Sentinel, and all right, the Azure Sentinel is here for first. If we don't have any workspace, then we need to connect to the workspace, or we can add a new one. I've connected this workspace, but you can have multiple workspaces connected into Azure Sentinel. So, for example, if you want to connect another one, I have to connect another because I haven't already. For example, I still have one that I am able to connect and use. There it is. So these are available. Accordingly, I've named Azure Security Center the log analytics. You can't connect this one because if the log analytics workspace is being used by Azure Security Center, then you cannot use that one in Azure Sentinel. So I'm using that one. That's the test one, and that's it. So once we connect to the log analytics workspace that is not used by Azure Security Center, by the way, then we can leverage the power of the Azure Sentinel in here. First of all, we can see the selected workspace, and once we connect the workspace, it needs a little bit to analyze the data. So I just connected it, so it is still analyzing the data, but I'm gonna connect to the different one that has a little bit more data. So if I click refresh, then I'll be able to see all the log analytics workspaces that are connected. So let's go in here and see what we have. First of all, we need to when you connect to the Sentinel, first you need to set up a few things, and that is the of course pricing, and that is the tier. I'm using the pay-as-you-go tier. That is the current tier, and then you can see, for example, you can see the data ingestion in the last 31 days and data retained and so on. So you're paying for the data retention that is being placed into the log analytics workspace, as well as for the data that is being analyzed or ingested. Settings include user and entity behavior analytics, and we can enable it. So this is the entity behavior. So we can configure the user and user analytics and entity behavior in here. You need to go there and click on, and then also click the specific data sources that you want to be enable to entity behavior analytics, and then click apply. So everything is in place here, so I don't have anything to do in here. And then the specific workspace settings in here actually determine the properties of the log analytics workspace that is being connected. So the next step would be data connectors, and the data connectors in here actually determine the data ingestion. So, for example, it still needs to refresh a little bit. It takes a while. So these are the connectors to connect by various providers. The providers can be, we can list the providers, and you can see there are a lot of third-party providers as well as first-party providers, for example, from Microsoft. But there are a lot of them in here available, and you can see also the Amazon Web Services. So you can stream the data from Amazon Web Services, for example, to analyze the data that the infrastructure in Amazon is generating. So you can investigate the incidents and threats, the incidents actually across multiple clouds. There is also Google G Suite available. GCP is not yet available, but I hope it will be. And the typical Microsoft data is here as well. Active Directory and identity protection, Azure Activity, and so on and so on. So once you determine the specific connector that you needed, then you go. Then you can also scroll down and see the data types that it will ingest. And for example, if we are ingesting the data from identity protection, let's say then we need some other data as well. But let's go and see the Active Directory. So for example, we can open connector page, and then we can see all the data that is being ingested and what type of data is being ingested as well. And so the instructions here are in prerequisites that we need to fulfill in order to be able to connect a specific connector. In this case, this Azure Active Directory has three prerequisites: connecting workspace and specific diagnostic settings and tenant permissions. And then we have the configuration steps as well. So we can connect, and we are able to connect the specific Active Directory logs to Azure Sentinel, and then apply the changes. Why? When we do that, then we also have next steps, and next steps will be actually seeing the workbooks that are recommended here, that are actually falling under the Azure Active Directory connector. These workbooks can be accessed afterwards in here. So we have workbooks as well, but in here we can see the specific workbooks that are actually tied to the specific connector. For example, like in here, Azure Active Directory. Green means the workbook is okay and it's connected. The gray one means the workbook is not connected, and the orange one means that there is an update pending and we can update the connector. So if we want to see the specific connector activity, then just click on one and we can see the specific activity and data. For example, investigation in insecure protocols that are being used here. That this is the workbook that actually analyzes that shows the data from the specific workbook. and we can see that we can then see the data from view saved workbook, and therefore analyze the data in here. So this is the for the specific subscription, for the specific workspace, and in the time range, we can see the data that is being used. Let's pick a different one, and different, for example, in the last 7 days, we've been using this protocols and this things as well. This is just a workbook for a specific connector. But if we want to connect a different one, in this case, this would mean the cybersecurity maturity model. Then we can then see what this connector has to offer. So click on this one, and what we need to do is save and choose the location. I will pick up the West Europe and then click OK. Then after that, you will see that required data types that this connector uses are these, and you will see also the specific icon that will show you that the required data type is not available if so. After you've done that, you can view template, and you can view all the associated data with that. Then it needs to refresh a little bit, and after that we can see all the data that the specific workbook can show us. Come on, it takes a while, and usually it goes very, very quickly. And let's give it another couple of seconds, and especially for the first time connecting, it'll need a few seconds more, but it is very, very fast. Usually takes less than a second to click on and to see the results, even less. Let's give the time a little bit more, but if it's not connecting, well, if it's refreshing right now, we'll go back and see some other as well. Let's go. Okay, nevertheless, let's go to the Azure Sentinel and see the connectors. Oh, it's okay. And we've mentioned taxi connectors previously. So if we scroll a little bit down, and then let's see, and then let's search for taxi. Well, it's like, oh, there it is. Threat intelligence taxi. It is. It's still in preview, but nevertheless, it's working, and it's valid. So let's go and see the threat intelligence OPRST. There it is. Threat intelligence and taxi, which is in preview. It's still lagging because it's refreshing in the background. We can open connector page and see actually what it involves. First of all, we need to connect to the taxi servers. We need to have a workspace. We need to have the taxi server. And to configure a taxi server to stream Stix data, then we need to have a name of the server, API, collection ID, and so on. I've connected all of these, and these stream the data about specifics, for example, about the COVID-19 related malware, fish tank, or ransomware, different IP malicious IP sites or domains or Tor nodes that are malicious, or some emerging threats, and these are dynamic, of course. The data change by the cybercrime activity and so on. What you have to do, you have to go and open a new window and type this URL. once you connect to that URL, you can see the API routes, and you can then see the HTTPS. You can see the URL. You can see all of these URLs that you can use, and you can use also the collections, and these collections can be found in here. Actually, the connections can be determined by using the CGI, but nevertheless, you can do a little bit manual work here. You can see the ID, which is the 107, and you can see the title and so on. So after you've done that, you can go. You can see the collection ID. You can see the taxi server, and then you can see the all the data that has been ingested. For example, you can investigate. Oh, here's the one that is the orange, which needs the updating. But nevertheless, the relevant analytic templates are here, and the threat intelligence is here as well. But we can also query for that data in log analytics, for example. So let's see if we get something from the taxi servers. So this is the threat intelligence that has been ingested from the external sources, but it seems that it's a little bit lagging. I'm not waiting since we don't have so much time left. Let's go into the threat intelligence, and then we will see the data that is being ingested in here. It's still in preview, but nevertheless, it's very, very useful. So all that data is being derived from different taxi server sources. For example, this one is the shield scanning IP, malicious IPs, and so on. And we can also see the different type of data that's being ingested. For example, like different IP addresses, and so there's a lot of pages in here. But we can fortunately filter for the specific threats and for the specific confidence. And if we go to the logs, and if we type in a little bit more information in here, for example, about threat intelligence, let's see, and let's type a query. Oh, there it is. I've just run previously one. Let's run it. Threat intelligence indicator, and in the last 24 hours, but let's make it 7 days. So there it is. We can see the anomalous activity from these sources that has been streamed into, or watch list, or malicious activity in here as well as different activities, and even see the chart and see where it falls. So what's the type of the data that's been ingested. Specifically to the Azure Sentinel, there are incidents that happened. And if you are using Azure Security Center, you will see that some of the incidents here are similar or actually the same. This one actually is, you can see that which product has generated the incident, and this is the Azure Sentinel, and this is the real one. This is the sample one, and if I click on the real one, this happened just recently, and I can see the full details of that incident. And once seeing the full detail of the incident, I can then see the entities that are being involved in this. So these are the entities that are being involved in this incident. We can see how many alerts we have, how many events, and also we can see that the incident link, as well as the timeline. If the timeline includes multiple steps, then we can see the timeline here as well. So come on, credential access tactics. And so here it is. Still nothing. Something's really well not working in here. Probably because of it's still lagging because of canceled the previous come on, it's not closing. Let's see if this will work. Wait, let's refresh a little bit. We still have 5 minutes left, and let's go. Okay, there we are. Not working. Page isn't responding. Let's give it in really unfortunate time. Page isn't responding. Well, exit page, come on. And that's unfortunate. Yes, I know it's having a problem. We've seen that, and the Edge has stopped working. And come on, there it is. Has been recovered. Anyway, okay, connect. We don't have too many minutes left, and since this page is recovering, well, I can just wrap up a little bit and ask you if you have any questions, please. If you have, just type it in chat, and please ask if you have any questions. Meanwhile, while you are oh, it's still okay. It's still refreshing. So, for example, let's say let's see, different sign-ins, and now it's still lagging. Yes. Anyway, 4 minutes. 4 minutes left in here, and it's still lagging. So, for example, when I click on the sign-ins, and then come on, still lagging. Yes. Come on. You can see. Oh, nevertheless. Let me see that if we have investigation. So investigation here, for example, like successful logons from IPs and failures from a different IP can bring us the connected events. For example, this is my entity and the IP address. Then we can see the timeline that happened, successful logon, and other things as well. And as well the information, what's been included, what entity, the IP addresses with remote connections, and so on. So we can then further investigate this. Unfortunately, we've arrived at the end of the session, so it's been really lagging a little bit more than usual. So we lost a little bit of time, but nevertheless, thank you for hanging up till the end in here. So if you have any questions, please type in the chat window or contact me. And there you had a Twitter handle. And once again, thank you for being here at this wonderful event, and thank you for the sponsors. Please stay. There are a lot of incredible presentations until the end of the event in 3 tracks, and get ready for the next one, which happens really in a couple of minutes. So well, thank you for being here, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thanks a lot.
These days, if you don't have an app, you're falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
I start my days, sun rays. I tap the phone, coffee's on. I mow the lawn, impressing Sean. So connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heating smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, 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 IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch, with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
Datavard is a global software engineering firm that takes a uniquely human approach to solving problems. With over 20 years of experience, teams of highly trained engineers around the world, deep industry sector knowledge, and ongoing technology research, we help clients create custom software that improves their operations and opens new markets. We integrate our engineering excellence with deeply human values that drive our business and our approach to relationships. Curiosity, empathy, trust, honesty, and intuition.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
Can I start? All right. So welcome everyone to the Global Azure Bootcamp Bulgaria. The title of this talk is Battle Royale, Azure Logic Apps versus Power Automate. Who we would like to thank our sponsors. Without the help from the sponsors, the free conferences like this are not possible. So we'll highly appreciate if you can check out the various sponsors, check out their links and services. That will definitely help us to have this conference, these sponsors coming us and sponsor these events in future. Who am I? My name is Prashant G. Boyer. I was born and raised in India. I came to United States in 2007 for higher studies. I'm University of Maryland College Park alumni. I co-authored a book, PowerShell for Office 65. I also acted as a technical reviewer for the book Pro SharePoint 2013 Administration. I am from Washington DC area, and pre-COVID-19 pandemic, we used to organize a lot of local community conferences. Post-COVID-19 pandemic, we have converted all our conferences to virtual only. So if you are interested, we have various meetup where we periodically broadcast the information about upcoming events. So co- we are organizing a conference on AI and machine learning on 25th of June. And it's going to be free conference and virtual, so you can join us from anywhere in the world. So if you're interested, definitely check us out on meetup.com, and there you'll see the links for call for speakers and also how to register for this conference. I am recipient of Antarctic Service Medal, and since 2017, I am also recipient of Microsoft MVP Award. For first couple of years, I was an MVP in Office 65 apps and services. And since 2019, I changed my category to AI. And those of you who are not familiar with Microsoft MVP program, so I don't work for Microsoft. It's just the additional recognition that Microsoft gives out to the folks who does technical contributions. And these technical contributions it can be in the form of speaking at the conferences, writing blog posts, creating training content, uploading videos on YouTube, providing direct feedback to the Microsoft product group. And this award is only valid for 12 months. And after 12 months, you have to submit for renewal. And if you get renewed, if your contributions are good enough, then you get renewed for additional year. So since 2017, I'm getting this award. And currently, I'm working as a senior solution architect at Witham. Witham is an advisory tax and audit firm based in United States, and we have offices in India as well. And I focus on intelligent business process automation, where I use variety of the services from Microsoft ecosystem like Azure, Azure AI, bots, Microsoft Power Platform, and also Microsoft 365. And I worked at Witham's Washington DC office. This is the quick information about our company. We have 2 Microsoft MVPs on the staff. We have done 100 plus Microsoft Cloud deployments, and we have 50 plus consultants dedicated to Microsoft ecosystem only. And we have been Microsoft Gold partner since last 17 years. And these are some of the capabilities that we have in the group that I work with. As I mentioned, if you are interested joining us for future events, do check us out on meetup.com. All right. So this talk, in this talk, we'll talk about the Power Automate, Logic Apps. In case you're not familiar with these 2 products, I will give you 2 to 5 minutes of overview, and then we will be spending majority of the time talking about the key differences between Power Automate and Logic Apps. Then we'll also talk about how to extend Microsoft Flow using Logic Apps, best practices. We'll have demos, key takeaways, and Q&A. So I'm monitoring the chat window. So if you have any questions, please feel free to post those questions in the chat window. So now let's talk about Power Automate. So Power Automate is part of Microsoft Power Platform. And Microsoft Power Platform is a low-code platform that spans Microsoft 65, Dynamics 65, Azure, and standalone applications. Majority of you may have already been familiar with Power BI because that was the first product that got launched under Microsoft Power Platform. After that, Microsoft launched Power Apps for application development, Power Automate for workflow automation, and Power Virtual Agents for intelligent chatbots. And what does Power Automate offers is offers holistic end-to-end intelligent automation platform. And this is their vision. The vision of the Power Automate team is the people should only have to focus on tasks where they can bring unique human values. Their potential is limitless, but their time is not. And these are the four value pillars of Power Automate. So we can do automation at scale. That means if I build automation, I don't have to worry about scaling it. Microsoft will take care of scaling it up or scaling it down, depending on the usage. All the automation I will be doing will be seamless, secure, and it will help us to accelerate productivity. And we can also build intelligent automation by integrating some AI services, not only in Microsoft ecosystem, but we can also bring AI services from other ecosystem like Google, Amazon, or IBM, or even your own custom AI service as well. There are more than 300 app connectors are available, and the list keeps on growing. And you will see here in the app connectors, majority of the products or services that are available today are supported under Power Automate. That means you can build automation not only with the products that are there in Microsoft ecosystem, but the products from other ecosystem. Like you can build automation with AWS, with Google Drive, with Salesforce, with Box, etc. And there are many templates available, and also you can start from the scratch. And what does templates help you do is, you can, if you are thinking of building automation and you would like to integrate, let's say, few services. For example, if you would like to build automation using Microsoft Teams and Outlook, then you can build that. There are some predefined templates that you can start with, or you can also start from the scratch as well. Now let's talk about what are logic apps. So logic apps is a service available in Microsoft Azure, and it helps us to schedule, automate, and orchestrate tasks, business process, and workflows. It is de facto workflow engine in Microsoft Azure. Like, for example, what does that mean is, if I had to build any kind of workflow or automation in Azure, then Logic Apps is the go-to product for that. Logic Apps is built on serverless principles, and it uses containerized runtime. Just like Power Automate, Logic Apps can also scale automatically to meet the demands. And it allows the developers not to worry about building, hosting, scalability, availability, and other stuff. So as a developer, you just have to worry about implementing your business logic, and then you implement that in Logic Apps, and then Logic Apps take care of all the backend stuff for you. There are many connectors available across cloud, and you can also have connectors which are built for on-premises, and you can also build custom connectors, and that is true for both Power Automate and Logic App. For example, let's say if there is no out-of-the-box connector available, and you have an on-premise application that you would like to integrate with either Power Automate or Logic App, you can build custom connector for that. And everything begins with a trigger, and that trigger can be a schedule, or something got changed in a service, or something got updated, or something got deleted. And just like Power Automate, we have lots of actions available, and lots of uh, services we can integrate with. So if you look at the description of Power Automate, and if you look at the description of Logic Apps, they sound very similar. In fact, they sound like exactly the same. The reason for that is there is a direct relationship is there between Power Automate and Logic Apps. So in Microsoft Cloud, we have variety of products. We have Microsoft Azure, we have LinkedIn, we have Dynamics 365, we have Power Platform, we also have Microsoft 365. And inside Azure, which is Microsoft public cloud offering, Logic Apps is the workflow engine. Now, when the Power Automate was built for the first time, it was built on the top of Logic Apps. And Power Automate was launched in 2016, and that time most of the features that were available in Power Automate, they were available in Logic Apps, and Logic Apps also had its own features or services as well. Over the course of the last 5 years, Power Automate added its own services or feature which are unique to Power Automate only. For example, if you look at the designer, actions and trigger, both are pretty much the same in Logic Apps and in Power Automate. However, Power Automate brings some additional things which are not available in Logic Apps now, which are business process flows, cloud flows, desktop flows, and additional approval actions like SharePoint approvals. And there are some additional actions also there which are only available with Power Automate, and those are not available with Logic Apps. However, whenever a Power Automate runs, it uses the same runtime that Logic Apps uses in the backend. And this is like, if you're interested in finding out the architecture, this is how the flow runtime is. Whenever a flow runs or Microsoft Power Automate runs, it uses the Logic App runtime, and then it basically does the same thing that a Logic App will do when you create a similar Logic App. So if you can see, like, so here on this screen, what I have done is I have created two automations, one using the Logic App and one using the Power Automate. And in both the automations, I have the exact same steps. Now, just looking at the screen or the designer, can you tell me which one is Logic Apps and which one is Power Automate? There are some clues. However, if you look at those two screens look exactly identical. The reason is the designer that Logic Apps and Power Automate use are exactly the same. Now let me remove few additional stuff, and now you will see the image on the left is of Power Automate, the image on the right is of a Logic App. But if you look at, or if you focus on the designer in the middle, then this one looks exactly the same as what we have here in Logic App. So now let's see what are some of the key differences between the Power Automate and Logic Apps. So Logic App is the part of Azure Group, whereas Power Automate is the part of Business Applications Group. Now, the reason I have this slide here is you always need to keep this in mind because since Logic App is part of Azure Group, you will see there is a seamless integration available between Logic Apps and some other Azure services. And since Power Automate is part of the Business Applications Group or Power Platform Group, there is a seamless integration of Power Automate with other Power Platform products available. And same is not true for Logic Apps because they are from different product areas. When it comes to the offering, Logic App is integrated platform as a service offering, whereas Power Automate is software as a service offering. The licensing for Logic App is same like Azure, where everything is pay as per usage, whereas Power Automate is subscription based. What does that mean is, excuse me, Power Automate is available as a free service. It also comes as a bundled with Dynamics 365 license. It also comes bundled with Microsoft 365 license, and you can also purchase per app or per flow a license as well. The target audience for Logic Apps are IT professionals, and it's built for more enterprise scenarios, whereas Power Automate it's the subset of Logic Apps built for power use. So when you use Logic App, you can only create Logic Apps, whereas under Power Automate, we can create cloud flows, which are nothing but Microsoft flows. We can create business process flows. And now we can also create desktop flows, which is an RPA offering under Power Platform. The run duration, the run duration of a Logic App instance can be maximum 90 days. And to have that, you need to work with Microsoft support to get that added to your Azure subscription. However, for Power Automate, the run duration is maximum 30 days. So whenever you're building any kind of automation, you have to keep this in mind all the time, because if you start an automation and that automation involves some kind of approval, where unless a human will take some action, the automation will not complete. And let's say if that human or approver is not in the office, or he forgot to take action, and if the flow is still running and it's more than 30 days that the flow has started, then it will terminate automatically. Same is the case with a logic app as well. It will terminate after 90 days. So keep this in mind while designing your architecture and designing your logic apps or your Power Automate. When it comes to the application lifecycle management, there is a good integration available with Azure DevOps for logic apps, where we can do source control, testing, support, automation, and using in Azure Resource Manager. Whereas when it comes to the Power Platform, the application lifecycle management story is not fully well baked in Power Platform. You have to take some additional steps to have that for you. There are PowerShell commandlets available for both Logic Apps as well as Power Automate. So if you are interested using PowerShell for Logic Apps, this is the module that you have to use. And if you are interested in using PowerShell commandlets for Power Automate, then you have two models available to you depending on what's your role. One is for the maker and one is for the administrator. When it comes to the trigger, the manual trigger is available in both. Whereas that what does manual means that I can start automation by clicking a button manually, or you can have automatic where you can have a trigger where if something gets created, updated, or deleted. Same is available with Power Automate. You can run automation on schedule. However, there is one additional option available in Power Automate called location, where depending on your GPS location, you can start certain automation scenarios. That is only available with Power Automate. When it comes to setup and installation, if I had to build a Power Automate or if I had to build a Logic app, so for Logic apps, I need a modern browser where a code view is also available. If you go to Azure portal, they're using a modern browser. You can start developing a Logic apps, and you can develop Logic apps using the designer, or you can also use code view where you see you can manipulate the JSON and implement your automation. You can also use Visual Studio for your development. You just have to add some additional tools, and you can use Visual Studio for development of Logic apps. Whereas for Power Automate, we can only use a modern browser for the development of for development or developing automation using Power Automate. When it comes to the SharePoint, like if you are coming from Microsoft or if you are familiar with Microsoft 365 product areas, SharePoint is one of the popular products there. So there are no built-in SharePoint flows available with Logic apps. Whereas when it comes to the Power Automate, built-in SharePoint flows are there. And let's say if I had to build any automation for SharePoint using Logic apps, then I have to start with Logic App Designer. Whereas if I go with Power Automate, I can implement automations for SharePoint using modern SharePoint UI, or I can also use Power Automate Designer. That means I can start at two locations, whereas with Logic Apps, I had to start only with the Logic App Designer. And what does that mean is, this is the screenshot, is if you open a SharePoint site with the modern experience, there you will see this button where you can start creating flows right in the SharePoint UI. Third option is also available now. Like if you are using Microsoft Teams, you can build automation using Power Automate inside the Microsoft Teams UI as well. If you have any data which is in on-premise, and if you would like to use that data in your automation, then there is on-premise gateway available with both the products. So for example, if you have data in your on-premise SharePoint server or your on-premise SQL server, then you just need to install on-premise gateway, and then you can use that data in your Logic apps. For that, in case of Logic apps, you don't need additional license because the only thing you need is everything is based on consumption. So how many times your Logic apps is running and how much resources it's using, you are billing. Whereas sorry, let me go. Whereas when it comes to the Power Automate premium license to use on-premise gateway. So when it comes to the pricing, pay as you go, subscription base, it's free. Power Automate with subscription, Microsoft 365 subscription, Dynamics, and also Power Automate premium per user plan and per flow plan as well. So these are the options available, and there's additional options where we can add other RPA offerings as well. One of the key thing you have to keep in mind, especially if you are using Power Automate for of a lot of your automation, there is an action available called HTTP, and using that HTTP action, we can call the web services. And using the same action, we can also call other flows, or you can also call logic apps, or we can call Azure functions. Now that action is a premium action. That means if you are getting Power Automate as a free or Power Automate through Microsoft 365 subscription, then that action is not available, and you have to then find out the appropriate license to use that. That's a big difference that you always have to keep in mind, especially if you are getting Power Automate free or Power Automate as part of your Microsoft 365 subscription. So as I mentioned, we need HTTP action to call Microsoft Graph API, external APIs, Azure functions, and Azure Logic Apps. So if you build a Power Automate and you start with that because it's already available as part of your Microsoft 365 subscription, you started implementing automation, and now you had to make a call to the Microsoft Graph API, or you had to call an Azure function. However, the current license that you have does not have that, and you had to go with the premium license. What you can do is you can upgrade your flow to a logic app. So each flow can be exported as a logic app JSON template, and then using that template you can go to Azure portal, and then you can then configure a logic app, and the option to see that is available in the flow UI. So if you go to the flow and if you go to the export button, then there you will see that we can export the flow as a logic app template or as a package. However, one thing you have to keep in mind is Hello, can you hear me okay? Can you hear me? Oh, perfect. All right. So sorry about the technical difficulties. What I will do next is I will show you a quick demo of the Logic apps and the Microsoft. So for that, what I'll be doing is I will open flow.microsoft.com and open an automation that I have implemented. And let me click on my flows here. And also in the meantime, I will go to, let's wait for it. And I will also go to the Azure portal. And click on share with me here. And open this up. All right. And let me click edit. And here I have built a simple automation using the flow, where if a request is submitted in a SharePoint list to create a new team, then we go through some logic and then we go through the approval. So there is an out of the box action available in Power Automate called approval. And once approver approves, we use the Microsoft Graph API to create a new a team. Same kind of automation I have implemented using Logic Apps, which I will be bringing on the screen now. So this is the Logic app here. And in this designer, you will be seeing once the designer loads, the same implementation I have done in Logic app, the same exact same business logic. The only difference here is the action I have used for approval is different. So Power Platform or Power Automate has a different approval action, whereas a Logic app has the email approval action. So here, if I scroll down and if I click on condition here, so here you'll see the action for the approval is different. So the only action available for approvals in Logic app right now is approval via email. Whereas if you go with, then there is a different kind of approval available where I can either use my email to approve it, or I can also come to this flow section and click on the approvals and take action on my approvals. But barring that, if I had to show you this by side, this pretty much looks the same, where we are using the exact same business logic, where the trigger is when a new item gets created in SharePoint. Then we initialize bunch of variables. Then we have a condition. Then we do approval step, and if the approval is done, then you make a call to the Microsoft Graph API using this HTTP action. Now, one thing that you will notice, so if I click a plus tab here, and I am right now in Power Automate, and if I search for HTTP, the AP action is action, and you will see that. I select HTTP here. You will see the HTTP is premium action available under Microsoft Power Automate. That means I need to have a proper license to it. Whereas if I go to the Logic app, since everything is consumption based, I don't have that limitation. Like this is not a premium action. So if I expand this and if I go to HTTP, this is not a premium action in Logic App. So if you ask me for the comparison, and I think the subtitles has stopped. So what I will do is I will restart this presentation so we can have the subtitles. All right, perfect. The subtitles are there. That's good. All right. So if I had to make a comparison between the Logic Apps and Power Automate, and again, these are my views. Right. So when it comes to better as compared to the Power Automate, because Power Automate, since it's a subscription based, there are lots of caveats that you have to take into account. As Logic Apps, it's pretty much straightforward. It's on the consumption. When it comes to the personal automation, Microsoft Flow or Power Automate wins here hands down, because you can also use Power Automate for free. All you need is a Microsoft account, for example, a live.com account or outlook.com account that you can use and build personal automation. Where since in Logic App, everything is consumption based. That means if you would like to build any kind of personal automation, you have to pay for it, even though the cost is very significant. Insignificant is still the cost. When it comes to the power friendly stuff, uh, power
Hey Prashant, do you hear me? Can you hear me again? I'm seeing that you have some network connection issues, so we just can't hear you. Do you hear me?
Can you hear me okay?
Try again. Hey Prashant, can you say something?
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, now I can hear you. I'm putting your screen on and you
All right.
can continue.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for that.
For nothing.
All right. So in case you would like to start creating or get your hands dirty with Power Automate and you don't have access, there is a really good program available from Microsoft called Microsoft 65 Developer Program, where you just have to go to this link, sign up for the program, and with this program you get your personal Microsoft 65 E5. It comes with 25 users and it's valid for 90 days. And if you use this for personal training and development, Microsoft will extend uh, the trial period for additional 90 days, and they will keep on doing it as long as this program is active and you are using this for training and development. So this is a really good way to get access to Microsoft 65 and Power Platform product. You can also sign up for the free trials. Now, to use Logic Apps, you need Azure subscription. So how to get personal Azure subscription? So the recommended way is, if you already have a MSDN subscription, get the Azure subscription through that, where depending on what type of subscription you have and your country, you may get a fixed number of dollars credit per month for free. For example, in United States, we get $150 per month for free if you have an enterprise subscription. And you don't have to use credit card for that. You can also sign up for the free trial with azure.microsoft.com. You require a credit card. There is another really good program available from Microsoft. You don't need a credit card. All you need is a valid.edu account from a participating school or institution, and you get $100 credit. Now the credit may vary depending on your country. Also, this program may vary depending on your country, but right now in United States, if you're a student, you can get $100 credit, um, and you don't need a credit card to sign up for Azure. And you can find more information about this program by going to this particular. So key takeaway is, hopefully the content we covered today made you familiar with key differences between Power Automate and Logic Apps. And if you don't have access to Microsoft 65 or Power Platform products, definitely check this link out and sign up for the free developer program. So these are the things we covered. We talked about Microsoft Power Automate, Logic Apps, Logic App versus Power Automate, best practices and key takeaway. We had a lot of demos as well. So with that, I come to the end of this talk, and I apologize for the technical difficulties that occurred, and most of the difficulties actually happened from my end. So I apologize for that. And these are my contact details in case if you have any questions or if you would like to get in touch with me in future. With that, for coming today, and stay safe and stay healthy. Bye-bye.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
I start my days, sun rays. I tap the phone, coffee's on. I mow the lawn, impressing Sean. So connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heating smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, 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 IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch. with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
Datavard is a global software engineering firm that takes a uniquely human approach to solving problems. With over 20 years of experience, teams of highly trained engineers around the world, deep industry sector knowledge, and ongoing technology research, we help clients create custom software that improves their operations and opens new markets. We integrate our engineering excellence with deeply human values that drive our business and our approach to relationships. Curiosity, empathy, trust, honesty, and intuition.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло от вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
I start my days, sun rays. I tap the phone, coffee's on. I mow the lawn, impressing Sean. So connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heated smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, 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 IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for me. IoT, 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 IoT. Live like a Bosch, with many connectivity solutions for a smarter future. From Bosch.
DataVard is a global software engineering firm that takes a uniquely human approach to solving problems. With over 20 years of experience, teams of highly trained engineers around the world, deep industry sector knowledge, and ongoing technology research, we help clients create custom software that improves their operations and opens new markets. We integrate our engineering excellence with deeply human values that drive our business and our approach to relationships. Curiosity, empathy, trust, honesty, and intuition.
Независимо от работата от разстояние, в MentorMate продължихме да бъдем свързани. Работим от офиса, от вкъщи, от всяка точка на света. Това вече е ежедневие. За да отговорим на нуждите на всеки, създадохме 3 модела на работа, от които всеки в компанията може да избира и след края на пандемията. Първия вариант е комбинация от работа от вкъщи и работа в офиса. Комфортът на собствения ви дом ще бъде съчетан с социалните контакти в офиса. Може да предпочетете да работите изцяло вкъщи, като ще имате опционално място в офиса след предварителна заявка. Искате изцяло гъвкава и дистанционна работа? Може да работите от всяка точка на света, гарантирайки си по-високи доходи. За да осъществим тези модели на работа, ще инвестираме $1 милион в висококачествено техническо оборудване, което да даде възможност на всеки да работи комфортно, независимо къде се намира. Придобивките за хората в компанията също стават гъвкави, като всеки ще може да избира най-удобните за себе си. Като компания, която цени служителите си, даваме възможност сами да избирате. Тези модели на работа важат за всички отворени позиции и не са ограничени за времето в пандемия. Посетете нашата кариерна страница mentormate.com/bg/careers и вижте отворените ни позиции.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
I start my days, sun rays. I tap the phone, coffee's on. I mow the lawn, impressing Sean. So connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heating smart, I do my part. Get in the car. Superstar, they're watching me. IoT, 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 IoT. I check my stock. What a shock. Buy some prawn. My oven's on. Coming home. Future zone. All for